Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Do-Jung Park, today's MC. I'd like to welcome all of you to the Seoul International Cancer Symposium 2023. First, I'd like to invite Professor Byung-Joo Park, Vice President of National Academy of Medicine of Korea, for opening address. Please give a big hand for him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to stand here on behalf of the President of National Academy of Medicine of Korea, Dr. Kyu-Chang Wang, who is unable to come here due to his schedule abroad. I'm a Vice President of NAMOK, Byung-Joo Park. I'd like to welcome you to the Seoul International Cancer Symposium, co-hosted by the Korean Foundation for Cancer Research, the National Academy of Medicine of Korea, and Korean Cancer Association. The Seoul International Cancer Symposium has been held annually since 1990, which has contributed significantly to activate cancer research by communicating and sharing the up-to-date medical knowledge and clinical practices among participants. The NAMOK has joined the symposium as a co-host since 2018, which made it possible in expanding our function of pursuing the academic expertise as well as improving the level of cancer treatment. After my speech, Dr. Yoon, chairperson of the KFCR, will provide his welcome address, and Dr. Tae-Yu Kim, chairperson of the KCA, will give his congratulatory address. The main theme of today's meeting is global disparity in cancer treatment. Today's meeting is composed of two sessions. The theme of the first session is understanding the challenges of global disparity. Jinsil Seong of Yonsei University and Min-Hee of Ulsan University will chair the first session. The first speaker, Jin-Young Park at IARC, will give her presentation on global overview of gastric cancer disparity. The second speaker, Miguel Burch at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, will give his presentation on cancer treatment in USA. The third speaker, Tae-Yong Kim at Seoul National University, will give his presentation on cancer treatment in Korea. The fourth speaker, Engklam Galan Jirek-jen at Intermed Hospital in Mongolia, will give his speech on cancer treatment in Mongolia. The last speaker of the first session, John Andrew Bueno at the University of Santo Tomas in Philippines, will give his presentation on cancer treatment in Philippines. After five presentations, discussion and Q&A among speakers and audiences will take place for 20 minutes. After 10 minutes of short coffee break, the second session will start. The theme of the second session is interventions and collaborations. Han-Gang Yang at Seoul National University and Ji-Yoon Lee at Seonggyungwan University will chair the second session. The first speaker, Chandrakant Are at Society of Surgical Oncology in USA, will speak on role of cancer surgery and surgeons in addressing the global cancer burden and inequities in care. The second speaker, David Lomanto at the National University of Singapore, will speak on successful models of cross-border outreach partnerships. The third speaker, Ki-Bae Park at Harvard University, will speak on policy and advocacy for global cancer equality in Harvard Medical School. The fourth speaker, Hani Jung at Johns Hopkins University, will speak on policy and advocacy for Global Cancer Equality in Johns Hopkins Hospital. The last speaker of the second session, Hyuk-tae Kwon at Seoul National University, will speak on technology and telemedicine in bridging the gap. After 5 presentations, discussion and Q&A among speakers and audiences will take place for 20 minutes. After discussions and Q&A time, closing remark will be delivered by Han-Kwang Yang, the chairperson of the organizing committee. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to those who will give their excellent and insightful presentations based on their clinical research and experiences, and also to the audiences who will actively participate at this meeting. Especially, I'd like to give a special thanks to the organizing committee members and administrative staffs at the NAMOK for their precious time and efforts for preparing this successful meeting. I wish you all to fully enjoy today's program and bless you and your family with health and happiness. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Park. Next, Professor Yoon An, Chairman of Korean Foundation of Cancer Research, will deliver welcome address to us via VOD.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for participating with us in this international symposium. On behalf of the Korean Foundation for Cancer Research, the KFCR, I would like to warmly welcome you to this Seoul International Cancer Symposium, or by name, the joint meeting of the KFCR, the National Academy of the Medicine Republic of Korea, and the Korea Cancer Association. The KFCR was founded in 1988 and has held annually the Seoul International Cancer Symposium, SICS, since 1990, as a scientific meeting which contributes to activation of the cancer researches in Korea, as well as international collaborations. In addition, since 2018, the SICS has been co-hosted with the National Academy of the Medicine of Korea, and recently the KCA, Korea Cancer Association, has joined. I'm very pleased to have such co-hosted of the SICS. As you can refer to the program of this symposium, the main theme of today's meeting is global disparity in cancer treatment, and 2 sessions will proceed. Today, we are very fortunate to have with us several eminent researchers and leading clinicians on the related area as speakers from France, Mongolia, Philippines, Singapore, USA, and Korea. I'm so happy to have the honored guests to these meetings. I'd like to express my special appreciations to them for their acceptance for our invitation. Finally, once again, I'd like to bid warm-hearted welcome you all, and my special thanks go to those who take time to participate today out of their year-end busy schedule. I wish all of you fully enjoy today's meeting until the end, and the program a resounding success. Thank you for your kind listening.
Lastly, we'd like to invite Professor Tae-Yoo Kim, Chairman of Korean Cancer Association, for congratulatory address.
Good afternoon, dear Professor Byung-Joo, Professor Yoon An, the colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Korea Cancer Association, I'd like to celebrate hosting Seoul International Cancer Symposium 2023. So as the parent society of 25 cancer-related organizations in Korea, KCA has contributed to advancing cancer research at the global level and promoting a multidisciplinary approach in cancer care. So through collaboration with NAMOK, National Academy of Medicine of Korea, and Korea Foundation for Cancer Research, KCA joined this international symposium 3 years ago in order to discuss the latest development in the field of oncology and also to address many unmet needs in this field. So this year, this symposium will focus on global disparity in cancer treatment. As you know, much progress has been made in the field of oncology for the past 20 years, but at the same time, the inequality in cancer diagnosis and the treatment has also been increased in the meantime. So I think that today's symposium is very timely to address, to discuss this issue. So bridging the gap between country, the region, the race, gender in cancer diagnosis and treatment is really the important factor which requires much attention and many collaborative efforts. So through today's symposium, I look forward to the sharing of the experience and knowledge of the invited speakers, and also exchange of idea and practical solution to relieve this problem. So for today's symposium, I appreciate our invited speakers, their presentation, and also the STEM members for preparing this symposium successful. So lastly, I would like to thank you all for your dedication and commitment to advancing fight against the cancer on a global scale. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Now we'll start to session 1, Understanding the Challenge of Global Disparity. Session 1 will be chaired by Professor Jinsil Seong from Yonsei University and Professor Min-Hee from Ulsan University.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first session of this very important joint meeting of NAMOK-KFCR-KCA. So during the past decades, there's enormous development in the clinical field of oncology, so producing a significant gap and challenge in the as a global disparity as well. So I think this is very timely subject to discuss on, and I'm very honored to chair this session. And my name is Jinsil Seong, Yonsei University in South Korea. I'm a chair and moderator of this session, and I will do this session with my co-chair, respecting Professor Min-Hee from Ulsan Medical Center, Ulsan University, together. So we have 5 outstanding speakers representing each country or organizations of its own. And then after we finish all the presentations, then we'll start a panel discussion with active Q&A. So we'll get started soon. So let me first introduce the first speaker. First speaker is Dr. Jin-Young Park, and she studied in London and on public health and primary care, and currently she's serving as a leading scientist in the gastric cancer prevention team of International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC. So now she'll give a talk on global overview of cancer disparity with a focus on gastric cancer. So Dr. Park, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jin-Young Park, and I'm a scientist working for the International Agency for Research on Cancer of the World Health Organization. Currently, I'm leading the gastric cancer prevention team at IARC, It is a great pleasure to attend the Seoul International Cancer Symposium once again, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. Today, I'm going to talk about global cancer disparity, focusing on gastric cancer. Over the course of this century, cancer will become the leading cause of premature death worldwide and the single most important barrier to further gains in life expectancy. According to IARC's estimates, there were 19 million new cancer cases and almost 10 million cancer deaths worldwide in 2020. Cancer is now affecting the world population uniformly. Figures in the slides represent the distribution of all cancer incidence and mortality according to world region for men and women combined. One half of all cases and 58% of cancer death occurred in Asia in 2020, where 60% of the global population resides. Europe accounts for 23% of the total cancer cases and almost 20% of the cancer death, although it represents 10% of the global population. These figures are followed by the Americas, 21% of incidence and 14% of mortality worldwide. Africa accounts for 5.7% of the total cancer cases and 7.2% of the cancer death. Compared to Americas and Europe, the share of the new cancer cases in Asia and Africa and cancer deaths are higher because of the different distribution of cancer types and higher case fatality rates in these regions. Globally, the total number of new cancer cases is expected to increase from 19 million new cancer cases in 2020 to an estimated 30 million new cancer cases in 2040. We assess the expected number of new cancer cases in 2040 according to the Human Development Index, or HDI, a broader marker of inequality and cancer transition between countries. The HDI is an indicator including the following measures, for example, access to education, a long and healthy life, and a decent standard of living. So the HDI provides a useful framework to map out the continuing transitions in cancer globally and highlights the clear reality of increasing inequalities between countries. The greatest increases are predicted in low resource setting, currently assigned to a low HDI. Those countries are undergoing major social, economic, and demographic transitions. Such inequalities can only be expected to widen unless resource-appropriate and cost-effective interventions are implemented. In particular, vaccination will be a key preventive strategy in low HDI settings, given the high burden of infection-related cancers in those countries. Tobacco control is another main priority for cancer control in transitioning countries, given the number of smokers is projected to increase in those countries. Finally, as social and economic transition increases the prevalence of sedentary jobs, urban living, and high calorie intake, an opportunity for prevention exists for less developed countries to avoid known adverse lifestyle risk factors like obesity, low physical activity, and higher alcohol intake, which cause many of the cancers commonly seen in the most developed countries. In terms of global mortality, the number of cancer deaths is expected to increase from 10 million cancer deaths in 2020 to an estimated 16.3 million cancer deaths in 2040. The greatest increases are predicted again in countries currently assigned a low Human Development Index. Access to appropriate, affordable, and equitable treatment will also be crucial in lower HDI settings, especially as the current availability of essential cancer medicines, cancer surgery, and radiotherapy facilities is sparse. A new study led by IARC scientists investigated socioeconomic inequalities in cancer mortality in Europe. This research fills a major gap in the current knowledge and mapping of the socioeconomic inequalities in cancer in European countries by providing a comprehensive and comparative assessment of the magnitude and temporal trends of socioeconomic inequalities in cancer in Europe. Cancer-specific mortality data by socioeconomic status as measured by education level here, were collected and harmonized across 18 countries in Europe and for multiple points in time over the period between 1990 and 2015. A substantial fraction of cancer death in Europe, about 32% in men and 16% in women overall, and up to 46% in men and 24% in women in Baltic, Central, and Eastern European countries, were actually associated with educational inequalities. Although general decreases in mortality rates were observed for several cancer types, the trends were consistently less favorable among individuals with lower educational levels. An important finding of this study is that socioeconomic inequalities in cancer mortality are increasing rapidly, especially among women, particularly for lung cancer and other cancer types related to tobacco use and alcohol consumption. And also, even in countries with a long-established tradition of equitable welfare and social justice policies, such as the Nordic countries. The most advantaged individuals in society seem to be relatively protected against cancer mortality, independent of where in Europe they live. However, for the least advantaged individuals, the country of residence is of great importance with respect to cancer mortality. The results of these studies call for systematic measurement, monitoring, and action on the substantial socioeconomic inequalities in cancer in Europe. The overall cancer incidence and mortality differ markedly between countries according to the Human Development Index as a marker of inequalities and cancer transition between countries. Such inequalities can only be expected to widen unless resource-appropriate, effective, and cost-effective preventive interventions such as HPV vaccination, tobacco control, preventing exposures to known adverse lifestyle risk factors are urgently implemented. So access to those the appropriate, affordable, and equitable treatment is also crucial, especially in lower HDI countries. Persuading nations, therefore, to accelerate resource-appropriate cancer control programs is a matter of urgency. Efforts to plan, implement, and evaluate prevention programs must be considered as great priorities in those low and middle-income countries. Gastric cancer is also a disease where its incidence, prevalence, mortality, and survival and related adverse health conditions vary greatly among specific population groups. Ethnic or racial disparities in gastric cancer trends in the U.S. may be partly explained by an immigration effect where individuals from higher gastric cancer incidence regions of the world such as Eastern Asia, Eastern Europe, and Latin America account for higher rates. But an immigration effect does not completely explain the trend given the disproportionately high gastric cancer rates observed among indigenous populations as well. Socioeconomic disparities are likely a strong contributing factor, mediated by greater exposure to H. pylori infection, risky environmental exposures, and barriers in accessing medical care. Gastric cancer is responsible for over 1 million new cases in 2020, making it the 5th most frequently diagnosed cancer. And gastric cancer is the 4th leading cause of cancer death after lung, colorectal, and liver cancers, with an estimated 770,000 deaths. This equates to 1 in every 12 cancer deaths globally. This shows the geographical variations in gastric cancer incidence rates in men. And then as you can see, there are really high incidence areas in Asia, and then also some parts in Latin America, also some parts in Europe. This graph shows incidence on the x-axis and the mortality on the y-axis. And you can see that incidence is closely aligned with the mortality rate in many countries, showing limited survival in the most countries and absence of preventive measures in many countries for this type of cancer. Exceptions for this include Korea and Japan, where the screening programs are in place for gastric cancer. As you can see in these two dots, Korea and Japan has significantly a lower mortality rate compared to the incidence rate. So these graphs shows the projected number of gastric cancer cases from 2020 to 2040. And each line represents the estimated cases and death based on the different scenarios of national rate of increase or decrease each year. For example, the black line represents the 0% increase or decrease in incidence and mortality rates each year, and therefore indicates what the predicted number of cancer cases or death will be if rates remain the same as in 2020. For gastric cancer, you see the increased number of gastric cancer cases and then also the mortality in 2040, even with the -2% very conservative decreasing trend, you still see the increasing number of gastric cancer cases and then the death. And we expect the greatest increases in gastric cancer cases are foreseen in low HDI countries, almost doubling the number of new cases within the next 2 decades. There are socio-demographic factors contributing to gastric cancer disparities across the world and within individual countries. For example, in the U.S. multi-ethnic populations, a study found that foreign nativity, daily consumption of ethnic food, greater acculturation, and low socioeconomic status were associated with increased risk of gastric cancer. And the burden is also often higher in rural population, more men and non-whites in the U.S., more indigenous populations, and also immigrants from high-risk areas. More specifically for New Zealand, for example, where we want to address the issue through our collaborative project, gastric cancer is among the top contributors to the ethnic gap in cancer incidence between Maori, Pacific, and European and other New Zealanders, and ranks second only to lung cancer as a contributor to ethnic inequalities in mortality. These disparities are likely influenced by a number of different factors, and it is extremely important that we understand these disparities more fully, as it can lead to interventions that may help reduce inequalities in gastric cancer burden for these populations. This map shows estimated gastric cancer mortality rates in 2019 by county and racial ethnic group in the U.S. There was notable variation in mortality due to stomach cancer across counties, as you can see in this figure, with mortality rates for the total population ranging from 1.7 to 9.9 deaths per 100,000. However, this range widened when additionally stratified by racial ethnic group. So the lowest estimated mortality rate in 2019 was 0.18, while the highest was 20 deaths per 100,000. Mortality rates for each racial ethnic group also varied widely across counties. For immigrants, a comprehensive systematic review showed that increased gastric cancer incidence and mortality in first-generation immigrants. This study included 13 studies of 21 distinct populations and reported significantly increased standardized incidence ratio for gastric cancer in the first-generation foreign-born immigrants. 9 studies from 2 high-incidence populations, for example, the former Soviet Union and Japan, reported an increased gastric cancer standardized mortality ratio in first-generation immigrants who migrated to regions of low incidence. This study highlights that those immigrants from high-risk regions who migrated to low-risk regions maintained their high risk. This graph shows educational inequalities between and within countries in total, which is upper figure, and gastric cancer mortality, the bottom figure in Europe. The variability in age-adjusted mortality from gastric cancer, as seen in the plot, is relatively narrow among higher educated groups, with much of the variability in between country inequalities confined to the differences among lower education groups. This primarily reflects inequalities in the availability, access, and uptake of effective prevention programs. To reduce such important disparities, there have been efforts in areas especially where gastric cancer risk is not even too high, as gastric cancer is an important contributor to cancer disparity in those regions. For example, in Europe, As you might know, the gastric cancer burden is centered around Baltic, Eastern, and Central European region, and there is a large knowledge gap on the effect and implementability of gastric cancer prevention programs in Europe, as there was no effort so far to tackle the problem due to the overall low incidence for the whole continent. With the recent launch of the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, however, and the EU's new recommendations, there have been opportunities to tackle gastric cancer burden and address gastric cancer disparities, assessing barriers and facilitators of the implementation of those preventive programs. These are called Eurohelican and TOGAS, and IARC is playing a major role in these. To conclude, to accelerate gastric cancer reduction and eliminate disparities, we need to work together as the cancer problem will continue to increase in magnitude for the next decades, and disparities are a persisting problem on which global action is required. And cancer treatment is often not available and very expensive in low-resource settings, and prevention and early detection are therefore key for cancer control. More data and better strategies are needed for implementation of prevention programs, even in low to intermediate risk areas to tackle gastric cancer disparity. And screening is not a panacea for cancer control and can waste resources and do harm. Previous gastric cancer prevention guidelines and also IARC called for effectiveness studies and also implementation studies to evaluate implementability of the prevention strategies and address disparities. We've done a lot of work on efficacy and developed those guidelines for gastric cancer prevention, but we now need to make a concerted effort to produce more evidence on how to implement the strategies to reduce gastric cancer burden and tackle cancer disparities. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I will be very happy to answer any questions that you may have during the live Q&A session scheduled later.
Thank you, Dr. Park, for the very excellent talk. We will have a Q&A session after all the presentation finished. Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the next topic, cancer treatment in the USA. Let me introduce the second speaker, Dr. Miguel Burch. He graduated from Medical College of Virginia in 1999. And he got resident training in surgery, Boston University, Boston Medical Center, and the fellowship training, minimally invasive and bariatric surgery, Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, Los Angeles. And he is now an associate professor of surgery, Cedars-Sinai, Los Angeles. Dr. Burch, please give your lecture.
I would like to thank the organizing committee for the honor of presenting today. My name is Miguel Burch, and I'll be sharing with you some observations on cancer treatment in the United States. This recording is being made at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. I represent our hospital, which has a rich history of innovation and healthcare. It was at Cedars-Sinai that Dr. Swan and Dr. Gans developed their catheter, and this history of innovation continues today. I welcome you to visit us, enjoy a tour of our facilities, and spend some time getting to know some of our leaders in cancer care. As Dr. Park already illustrated, cancer is an important global disease, representing the second leading cause of death after cardiovascular disease. In the United States, we see a similar burden of disease in the age-adjusted death rates from 2021. The most common cancers in men and women in the United States are shown on this slide. We can see that breast in women and prostate cancer in men occur at nearly double the rate that the next most common cancer, which is lung cancer, occur in both sexes. And that is followed by, again, colorectal cancer in both sexes. In the last 20 years, we've seen a tremendous reduction in the death rates from many diseases, but especially cancer, dropping from a rate of 200 to 146 per 100,000 since the year 1999. This represents nearly a 27% reduction in mortality from cancers. This is in large part related to full utilization of the pillars of cancer treatment. with targeted and immune therapies predicted to have an even larger impact when we analyze mortality reduction rates in the near future. Obviously, as a surgeon, I think surgery can play a large and important role as one of the pillars. So although discussing how we treat cancer in America can be quite easy, understanding America can actually be very difficult. It's hard to describe what the typical American looks like. And that's because of the heterogeneous nature of the United States. A large proportion of foreign-born individuals reside in this country with their diverse ethnic and racial backgrounds. Based on the U.S. 2020 census, around 60% of the U.S. population are non-Hispanic whites, with the next largest minority group being Hispanic and Latinos, followed by Black and African Americans, and the third most common minority group are Asians, which represent the fastest growing population of minorities in the United States. And as I mentioned earlier, there's been a 27% reduction in mortality related to cancer since 1999. However, when analyzed carefully, that decrease in mortality is not shared by all of our citizens. We know that the disparity in terms of reduced mortality puts Blacks and other minority groups at a disadvantage. However, previous disparities in incidence and mortality have narrowed over the last 10 years, with special interest in improving mortality differences between Blacks and whites. Of course, these differences represent disparities, which can occur for a myriad of reasons, all of which together represent social determinants of health, and include environmental issues around air quality, housing, and transportation, socioeconomic factors, clinical issues around access to care, cultural beliefs and attitudes, and behavioral issues related to diet, weight, and tobacco and alcohol use. I won't go through all of these factors, but we know that disparities start here and can end with poor cancer outcomes by preventing risk reduction, preventing early detection, and interfering in treatment. And as more and more patients survive their cancers, we are seeing disparities in outcomes around survivorship or how to overcome the new issues after treatment. My practice is focused around stomach cancer, and so I'd like to paint a picture of some of the issues we have discovered in terms of disparities in gastric cancer treatment in the United States. As you know, globally, gastric cancer remains both a common and very deadly disease. Its incidence varies across the globe, with nearly 70% of the world's gastric cancer seen in Eastern Asia. Specifically, comparing incidence of the East to North America, you see a stark difference, with the East Asian incidence nearly threefold higher than seen in North American populations. By comparison, colon cancer has an equivalent incidence rate in America. At this rate, we have funded screening programs similar to those seen in gastric cancer in the East for colon cancer in the West. The United States has enjoyed a decrease in both the incidence and mortality of gastric cancer over the last 2 decades. These are likely a function of H. pylori eradication, improved diet, and decreased smoking rates. In Los Angeles, we have one of the most racially and ethnically diverse populations in the United States. And we have an excellent cancer surveillance program that in a very granular fashion evaluates trends in cancers. Here we see incidence rates of gastric cancer amongst the different groups in Los Angeles. It's not surprising that the East Asians tend to have the highest rates, but when you look carefully, we can see the incidence rates segment into groups. These segmentations represent opportunities to identify disparities in care, either in terms of stage of presentation or treatment. The national incidence in the United States of gastric cancer is between 4 and 6 per 100,000. In LA, it's most commonly found in our Hispanic and Asian cohorts. Given the large proportion of Hispanic patients we see, we wanted to understand how these patients presented to see if there were differences in demographics, economics, and educational profiles, as well as clinical differences in terms of histology and treatment, and these factors impact on survival. For our study, we utilized the National Cancer Database, which is a clinical oncology database sponsored by the American College of Surgeons and the American Cancer Society. The data represent roughly 70% of newly diagnosed cancers in America. Our query spanned the period between 2004 and 2016, and we studied 90,000 patients with non-cardia and non-metastatic gastric cancers. This included a cohort of around 12,671 patients who were self-identified as Hispanic, or about 14% of the total cohort, which is representative of the general American population percentage of Hispanics. In our analysis, we found that Hispanics were younger, lived in the poorest neighborhoods nationally, and had the lowest rates of education. They also tended to present with more advanced disease, i.e. more advanced gastric cancers, and had the highest R1 resection rates across all population groups. Yet despite these poor social determinants of health, they did better than non-Hispanics stage for stage before and after propensity score matching. Here you see stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and finally stage 4 patients and their survival curves. So what we discovered in that analysis was Hispanic patients in the US likely represent a high yield target for early screening. For these patients, even with advanced disease, do better than non-Hispanic whites and other patients in aggregate. At the same time, we have also noticed a larger and larger proportion of very elderly patients presenting. This is defined as an age greater than 80 years old, presenting with gastric cancer. It turns out that the global population of octogenarians is primed to increase 300% over the next 30 years, with the largest increases in North America and in Europe. This at the same time as gastric cancer surgery has become more aggressive in terms of lymph node disease, lymph node dissections, based in the West on the Dutch D1 and D2 trials, amongst others. We were confronted with how to manage these very elderly patients in terms of offering a more aggressive lymph node dissection, which in the Italian D2 trial showed a higher rate of complications in that elderly population. And also, when we talk about 85-year-olds, there's a tremendous heterogeneity when it comes to functional status. Some 85-year-olds are very active and healthy, and others are not. So chronologic age does not always seem representative of physiologic age. So we again turned to the NCDB to compare outcomes of 3 different age groups: those 18 to 69, 70 to 79, and those over 80. But we stratified these groups based on comorbidity burden utilizing the Charles-Deo index score. As you can see, the higher the score, the higher the comorbidity burden. We were interested in comparing the survival advantage of an extended lymphadenectomy in an elderly healthy patient versus an elderly very comorbid patient, represented by Charles-Deo scores of 2 and 3. We evaluated 30,000 patients in 2 strata of comorbidity, as you can see here. We stratified patients with Charles-Deo scores of 0 to 1 versus those of 2 or more. And as you can see, the proportions of patients are presented here in total number. To remind you that in the West, neoadjuvant therapy is standard of care for all patients with stage 1B disease or greater. When we look to see who didn't have any chemotherapy and were treated with surgery alone, there is a very significant difference in those patients over 80 and how they were treated. Many of them were treated with surgery alone. When we did a Cox regression analysis, we found that patients who had a high comorbidity index received no additional survival benefit, no statistically significant additional survival benefit compared to those patients who had a lower comorbidity index. And when we evaluated specifically comparing patients who had no chemotherapy, even though there was significant benefit from the chemotherapy use, we found that the largest percentage of patients, representing 62% of patients in the 80s, received no chemotherapy before or after surgery. And only a very small percentage of those patients received perioperative chemotherapy. Despite this being part of the NCCN guidelines for treatment of patients. So in conclusion, the treatment of cancer in the United States has seen a remarkable increase in survival in the last 20 years. However, this increase in survival is not shared by all of its citizens. There are opportunities to identify cohorts where disparities exist and correct these disparities. These include access to healthcare and increasing opportunities for screening, as well as eliminating bias around age, gender, and ethnicity. Thank you once again for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to your questions.
Slides.
I would like to thank the audience for their attention and welcome any questions at the end of this session. Thank you.
We'll move on to the next topic.
Okay, next speaker is Professor Tae-Young Kim. He studied in Seoul National University and is working in as a professor in Seoul National University Hospital. And currently he's also serving as a key member of a Korean Cancer Association board member, and recently engaged in a very important co-project dealing with cancer progress in Korea. So he will talk about cancer treatment in Korea. Professor Kim, please.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and I also thank the scientific committee for giving me a good opportunity to introduce the recent cancer treatment in Korea. Cancer is the first leading cause of death in Korea. Therefore, Korean government and surgical oncologists, medical oncologists, and basic scientists are doing their best to conquer cancer. I think that Korea roughly has three strategies for cancer diagnosis and treatment. First, the National Cancer Screening Program. Second, advanced technology, including next generation sequencing, minimally invasive surgery, including robot surgery, target therapy, and immune therapy. Last, the hospice care. I'd like to introduce the Korean National Cancer Screening Program. I believe Korea has a world-class national cancer screening program. Korean National Cancer Screening Program covers 6 types of cancers, including stomach cancer, liver cancer, colon cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, and uterine cancer. We recommend gastroendoscopy, low-dose chest CT, mammography, and uterine cervix cytology every 2 years. And for population with high risk of liver cancer, we also recommend abdominal sonography and alpha-fetoprotein every 6 months. One notable advantage of a Korean national screening program is that all costs are covered by Korean government. Therefore, Koreans can undergo these screening programs without any financial burden. Fortunately, the participation rate of National Cancer Screening Program increased like this. In 2004, about 10 to 24% of Koreans participated in a National Cancer Screening Program. However, in 2021, 40 to 73% of Koreans participated in Korean National Cancer Screening Program. These improved participation rate help to detect early cancer and contribute to improving cancer survival rate in Korea. This slide showed a comparison of a national cancer screening program globally. Many countries have developed their own effective national cancer screening program by tailoring them to their specific circumstances. As you can see, Korea is the country with a high prevalence of gastric cancer and liver cancer. So that Korea National Cancer Screening Program included the screening of gastric cancer and liver cancer. New technology of cancer diagnosis and treatment, including immunotherapy, antibody drug conjugation, cancer vaccine, robot surgery, proton therapy, heavy ion therapy, CAR-T, single-cell RNA-seq and liquid biopsy, actively investigated, while some are already introduced to real practice in Korea. Since early 2020, many target agents, including trastuzumab, rituximab, cetuximab, and bevacizumab, have been already actively used in solid tumor under their indications in Korea. Since 2010, immunotherapy has been introduced in real practice in Korea. Melanoma, lung cancer, hepatocellular carcinoma, and gastric cancer have been treated with several types of immune checkpoint inhibitors such as pembrolizumab, atezolizumab, nivolumab, and avelumab in Korea. For example, in gastric cancer, nivolumab plus chemotherapy increased overall survival and progression-free survival, like this in patients with a high PD-L1 expression patient. This regimen already approved in Korea and reimbursed in Korea, so we can use this regimen in gastric cancer patients with high PD-L1 expression. Antibody drug conjugate, a new concept of drug which combined monoclonal antibody and cytotoxic chemotherapy agent through linker protein. Representative and the first developed antibody drug conjugate was trastuzumab emtansine. Recently, antibody drug conjugate such as trastuzumab deruxtecan showed great clinical outcomes in HER2-positive breast cancer and gastric cancer. Trastuzumab emtansine has been actively used in HER2-positive breast cancer in Korea. This slide shows the clinical result of trastuzumab deruxtecan in gastric cancer. As you can see, trastuzumab deruxtecan increased overall survival to 12.5 months in even heavily treated patients. This regimen approved in Korea, but unfortunately, this agent has not been yet reimbursed in Korea. Korean surgeons and the general public are very interested in robotic surgery. Minimally invasive surgery, such as robotic surgery, is a hot topic in Korea. Robotic surgery has been actively used in real practice in Korea, notably in case of prostate cancer, gastric cancer, and thyroid cancer, etc. The advantage of robotic surgery include shortened hospital stays and minimized post-operative complications. Cell therapy is a new concept of cancer treatment using genetically engineered immune cells, such as T cells. This cell therapy, including CAR-T, is also a hot topic in solid tumor as well as hematologic disease. In my practice, I frequently receive questions for CAR-T from my patient. The Korean government is also interested in cell therapy. Some CAR-T therapy has been reimbursed by national insurance in hematologic malignancy. Recently, heavy ion therapy has been introduced in Korea and actively performed in clinical practice. Due to expectation of clinical outcomes, heavy ion therapy, Korean government, physicians, and cancer patients are very interested in heavy ion therapy and proton therapy. Actually, heavy ion therapy was introduced in early 2023, and it will be introduced in some institutions in Korea. Recently, precision medicine is very interested in Korea. Precision medicine is usually defined as an innovative approach to tailoring cancer treatment based on their cancer characteristics, such as genetic alterations. In the past, cancer treatment was performed based on their cancer type. However, in the precision medicine era, cancer treatment is performed based on their cancer genetics. For example, patients with ALK fusion or mutation can be treated with alectinib regardless of their cancer types. NGS has an important role in precision medicine. As you can see, the case of NGS notably increased in Korea. 2020, about 20,000 NGS were performed in Korea. Hospice care is also a crucial component of cancer treatment. The Korean government has recognized its significance and as a result has established the regulations and the laws to support the hospice care in Korea. I believe Korea is one of the leading countries in cancer research, especially clinical trials. As you can see, Korea ranks 8th globally in conducting cancer-related clinical trials from 2020 to 2022. This means that Korean patients have been exposed to advanced, newly developed agents and have had the opportunity of additional treatment options. I think that this exposure to new agent increases survival for cancer patients. For stomach cancer and liver cancer, Korea ranks 3rd globally, and breast cancer, lung cancer, and uterine cancer, Korea ranks within the top 10 globally. As you can see, although the absolute number of cancer deaths increased, the cancer survival increased from 46 points in 2000 and to 70% in 2016 by 24% point increase. I believe this improvement in cancer survival rate is attributable to government support, the public growing interest in cancer, and the dedication of Korean researchers and physicians. And cancer death rate per 100,000 gradually decrease annually like this. As I mentioned before, the decrease of cancer death rate is absolutely due to National Cancer Screening Program, which can do early detection of cancer and the progress of diagnosis and treatment technology, such as target therapy, immunotherapy, robot surgery, and precision medicine in Korea. Thanks to the progress of treatment technology and introducing National Cancer Screening Program, as you can see, 5-year survival rate of each cancer increased in Korea during past 25 years. For example, gastric cancer, 5-year survival rate increased from 43% to 78% by 34% point, and prostate cancer also increased from 59% to 95% by 36.1% increase. However, pancreatic cancer shows still the very poor prognosis. This finding suggests that we have to be interested in the poor prognosis cancer, for example, pancreatic cancer, and support research focusing on that cancers. Korea has demonstrated a high level of cancer survival rate globally, especially for gastric cancer. Korea ranks among the top world class, and lung cancer ranks as the 3rd highest globally. Lastly, I like to introduce some challenges in terms of cancer treatment in Korea. Left, Korean map showed the density of population of Korea. As you can see, about 60% of Koreans lived in Seoul and near Seoul area, Incheon, Gyeonggi province. Another serious problem is that half of cancer patients in entire Korea have been centralized Big 5 hospital in Seoul like this. Right, Korean map indicate the cancer centers where can perform clinical trials. As you can see, the cancer institutions institute are also centralized in Seoul, Incheon, and Gyeonggi province. This imbalance is causing a serious social problem, centralization of cancer patients, and empty of local hospital. Another problem is that the time lag of approval between US FDA and Korean MFDS. This slide shows the time gap in approval for a newly developed agent between the US FDA and Korean MFDS. The estimated time lag is 3 to 4 years from FDA approval to MFDS approval. I am aware of the diligent effort made by Korean MFDS in reviewing and approving this agent. And I really appreciate their hard work. However, we are encountering challenging in conducting clinical trial while real practice due to the extended approval time gap. I hope this interval gap can be shortened in the near future. Many clinical trials have been released during a very short time. As you can see, keynote, rationale, attraction for very important clinical trials testing immune checkpoint inhibitors were performed by Korean investigator. For example, 선영나, Yonsei University, 도요노, Seoul National University, and Yunggugang AMC. However, although these clinical trials were performed by Korean investigators and tested in many Korean patients, however, the approval of Korean MPDS would be so late. This slide shows the time lag between release of clinical data, approval, and insurance coverage. For example, atezolizumab plus bevacizumab in hepatocellular carcinoma were approved in July 2020 in Korea. However, at that time, atezolizumab plus bevacizumab were not reimbursed by Korean national insurance. Therefore, patients with hepatocellular carcinoma had to pay lots of money, about $4,000 per one cycle, till May 2022. Many patients, including my patient with HCC, gave up receiving atezolizumab plus bevacizumab for financial toxicity. Another example is trastuzumab deruxtecan. The trial data for trastuzumab deruxtecan had been released May 2020. However, trastuzumab deruxtecan was approved in September last year in Korea. However, trastuzumab deruxtecan has not been yet reimbursed in Korea. That means that Korean patients with HER2-positive gastric cancer, HER2-positive breast cancer have to pay $8,000 per one cycle to use trastuzumab deruxtecan. As a result, only few patients can use trastuzumab deruxtecan because of financial toxicity. This is a big challenge in Korea for cancer treatment now. I would like to summarize that Korea has a high level of standard of care in cancer treatment globally. High technology in cancer diagnosis treatment, including NGS, minimally invasive surgery, targeted immunotherapy, have been introduced early and actively in their practice in Korea. Recently, precision oncology have many interests and have been actively tried in Korea. Korea also has a world-class national cancer screening program. However, centralization, patient hospital and clinical trial, and insurance time gap are challenging for cancer treatment. The Korean government and the medical field have to make a collaborative effort to overcome the above-mentioned challenges and to conquer cancer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for giving me very excellent lecture. Okay.
I will move on to the next topic, cancer treatment in Mongolia. Let me introduce the speaker, Dr. Ekam Galan Sire, right?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, it's right. Thank you.
Several years ago, I met Dr. Siregren in Mongolia. Very nice to meet you again. And he
Good to see you again.
graduated Carol Devila University of Medicine and Pharmacy, Bucharest, Romania, Physician Master of Medical Science. And then he got residence training on general surgery at Postgraduate Training Center, National Medical University of Mongolia, general surgeon. And he is now work in Department of Surgery in Intermed Hospital, Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Could you please give us your lecture?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I would like to express my gratitude to organizing committee for inviting me to deliver my speech with this joint meeting. So my topic is cancer treatment in Mongolia. So my content is about introduction on healthcare system in Mongolia, cancer-related data from health indicator books in the brief medical history of National Cancer Center in Mongolia, and about the current situation of oncology care. So for preparing my presentation, I extensively used all these books. Every year, Health Center of Mongolia, they publish every year this indicator book, so I tried to use. But the last two versions of for 21 and 22 were in Mongolian language, so I had some trouble with using them for preparing my presentations. So, as you know, Mongolia is a very small, tiny country with 3.5 million population, with a large land area. So currently, GDP per capita is about $5,000 US. In life expectancy is still very low. For men is around 64. For women is 72. So in this photo shows Mongolia is one of the highest incidence country for gastric and the GE junction tumor. So about healthcare situation in terms of budget, very surprising that the proportion of healthcare expenditure amount fund for from state budget, it hasn't been changed for years. Still stays around 2.5 and 2.7%. Government doesn't understand that the budget for healthcare must be increased. But of course, there is financial constraints for improving this situation. Then in Mongolia, we have a wide, very well-established medical system based on primary level, secondary level, and tertiary level. Primary level hospitals, medical facilities are family and some health centers. Then district or provincial hospitals. Then we have some regional diagnostic center and specialized centers and specialized hospitals which are located in capital city. Then recently we have more and more private clinics and hospitals. In total, we have about 2,000 different hospitals spread out throughout the country. Okay, I would like to talk about the human resource issue. I was digging all these health indicator papers, and I found out that 33 years ago, maybe we had surgeons, including orthopedic surgeons. There were about 300 surgeons, but now maybe around 1,000 surgeons. But another thing is, in terms of number of medical oncologists, it is almost, during past 30 years, it hasn't been changed. Almost no change. Instead, anesthesists and intensive care specialists are increasing, but I missed to find out the number of pathologists and endoscopists. But one more thing is sure, that the pathologists may be mainly concentrated working in a capital city. In a countryside hospital, there is no pathology labs. Okay. Another issue for Mongolia is, although we have very high number of physicians per 10,000 population, maybe it's very good number, maybe or all around 400 physicians per 100,000 people. But doctors to nurses ratio is very interesting, just 1:1. Recently, we have been facing a severe shortage of nursing staff because many nurses leave the country for a better life. Many young nurses moved to Japan, or recently they started to move to Germany for a good job. Okay, let's move to my next topics about cancer-related data. This slide shows the number of each year's newly diagnosed cancers. And then last year, in 2022, we had about 7,000 newly diagnosed cases. But these 10 are the predominant types of cancer disease led by liver in the stomach. But if we see stomach together with esophagus, it makes about more than 20% of disease. Then liver cancer is why it's very common, because we had a very, very high prevalence of HPV in the HCV vaccine, combined with Delta virus infection also. But I think government also introduced direct acting antivirals since 2015, and that we expect that the number of incidences of liver cancer will be decreased, but it takes more time to be effective. But in Mongolia, colorectal cancer and breast cancer is still low. But liver and stomach cancer is very high incidence. Another issue in our country is the proportion of stage 3 and 4 or late stage presentation at time of diagnosis is still very high. But I was very upset to prepare this slide because I couldn't see almost no change in late stage presentation since 2015. But only in 2022, maybe we could see some decrease, but it's still very high. Almost 70% of patients are diagnosed with stage 3 or 4. Then this follow-up for cancer control between 2015 and 22, the number of patients under follow-up now almost 30,000. And finally, we could see some improvement in cancer survival rate. And by 2022, it was 43%. 5-year overall survival by predominant cancer types, you can see this way. In the stomach cancer, maybe they have 39% 5-year survival. Liver is still very poor. But for cervix, for women, and the kidney cancer, the survival rate is very good. Okay, I talked about this 43%, 5 years overall survival. Okay, in terms of cancer mortality, the main cause of mortality in the population is cardiovascular disease. Second is cancer-related mortality. Again, cancer-related date, it hasn't been changed since 2015 to 21. Same condition. It means that government or our health system hasn't done any specific intervention for fighting with cancer burden. So these are some predominant types of cancers spread throughout the country. We can see stomach cancer and esophageal cancer is in western area where people use very salt amount intake is very high, and also H. pylori is uniformly distributed, but very hot tea and hot soup and salt intake maybe causes this high incidence. But for liver cancer is uniformly distributed. Okay, esophageal cancer again is in western area where people use a lot of hot tea. So let's move to next topic about cancer center. It was founded in 1961 under name Irradiation Hospital because people thought cancer must be treated by irradiation, and then it was first Cobalt-60 machine was installed, and this kind of machine was used until recently, until 2020, very long time period, of course. And 4 Russian specialists arrived in with 5 Mongolian doctors. They established this new hospital almost 60 years ago. Now, currently, this hospital was moved in 1982 to current building. At the time, they had a surgery department with 60 beds. It was named as tertiary care specialist facility for cancer patients. Then they got first CT in 90. They had only 2 operating rooms at the time, but ICU had a very limited capacity. But recently they changed. They have new operating rooms, operating theater comprising 8 rooms, ICU departments, and even they got 2 systems of linear accelerator in 2020. Then the a very specific thing is that the cancer center was the only place, only hospital for delivering cancer surgery, chemotherapy, radiation until recently. Then currently there is great efforts for making a decentralization of cancer treatment in Mongolia. As I mentioned in my previous slide, until before 2020, by health law, cancer treatment was under government budget funding because insurance didn't cover any cancer-related treatment costs. And then cancer center was the only designated hospital for delivery of medical oncology, surgery, and radiation therapy. But after year 2020, healthcare law was amended, and state health insurance funding for cancer care, and super-centralized oncology care was abolished by this law. Then public and the private hospitals have rights to deliver oncology care. But currently, by new insurance law, these are some health insurance reimbursement amount for different types of cancer, but still very low amount. And it is detrimental for hospital staff. Maybe for patient, it's very good system, but because of this low amount, the reimbursement amount, the salary of medical staff couldn't be increased, and it's for their education, for their well-being, for nursing staff. One of the reasons why we have shortage of nursing staff, this is low amount of funding. Okay, then new thing was government started mass screening for stomach and stomach cancer in 2020, but it is expected to have, we have more early gastric cancer, but we start to have new problem that missed early stage cancers because poorly educated endoscopists may miss important diseases in the early stage. Then cancer surgery, now we have these public hospitals, they can deliver different types of cancer treatment, including these 3 private hospitals, and this Treament is my hospital where I deliver usually mostly upper GI malignancy treatment. Okay, for chemotherapy, before it was only cancer center, now these hospitals can deliver different types of chemotherapy, but first hospital is only focused on hematologic malignancy, where or hematologic malignancy are centralized. But one of the interesting things is that our university teaching hospital does not have medical oncology department. They moved to new hospital, they started to have their own hospital, and they are still at the initial stage of building up their team and their expertise. For radiation oncology, this National Cancer Center is the only facility. There are no more radiation facility, but maybe some private hospitals will invest for radiation treatment. Maybe new hospital will be operational next year. So final part is our collaboration. I belong to Mongolian Gastric Cancer Society, and we have very good collaboration with Korean Gastric Association. We organized biannually joint surgical symposium. In this year, Professor Sang-Wook-Hang and the Korean Cancer delegation arrived in Mongolia. We could organize a very important meeting, and Professor Yang also was a part of team of this year. Okay, thank you very much for your kind invitation.
Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. We'll move to next topic.
Okay, let me introduce the last speaker of this session, Dr. John Andrew Bueno. He studied in St. Thomas University, and interestingly, he spent 1 year in Korea, in Bundang Seoul National Hospital, for his post-residency training. So I think he's very familiar to Korean culture and Korean system. So today he's going to talk about cancer treatment in the Philippines. Dr. Bueno, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Do-Jung Park for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I'm a professor of surgery at the University of Santo Tomas in Manila, the oldest Catholic university in Asia, at 412 years old. I'm also a surgeon in our university hospital. Our cancer center is at the left side of the hospital. This is a private hospital owned by the university, but I'm also affiliated with a government hospital under the Department of Health, just a few blocks away. I have nothing to disclose, and here is the outline of my lecture. I will be talking about Philippine cancer statistics, the current status and challenges of cancer treatment in the Philippines, and the steps that we are doing to improve cancer care in our country. The Philippines is a large, low-middle income country in Southeast Asia with 7,641 islands, 300,000 square kilometers, and 110 million population. According to the Global Cancer Observatory, Globocan, in 2020, the most common cancer in the Philippines is breast, followed by lung, colorectal, liver, and prostate cancer. Cancer ranks third in the leading cause of death, along with ischemic heart disease and cerebrovascular disease, with 92,000 cancer deaths in 2020. For males, lung, colorectal, prostate, liver, and leukemia are the top 5. And for females, breast, cervix, colorectal, lung, and ovary. My special interest, gastric cancer, is ranked 13 in incidence, but it's 10th in mortality. The country's geography poses a challenge to cancer treatment. A local study evaluated the geographic distribution of board-certified cancer care providers across the 17 regions of the Philippines. There is a severe lack of cancer care providers in the Philippines. For every 100,000 Filipinos, there are 0.32 medical oncologists, 0.15 surgical oncologists, 0.09 radiation oncologists, 0.13 gynecologic oncologists, and 0.03 hospice and palliative medicine specialists. Studies have attempted to determine benchmarks for the ideal density of cancer care providers. A modeling exercise in Spain has pegged 2.79 full-time medical oncologists per 100,000 population, very far from our current number. The global study recommended 166,000 cancer surgical workforce for low-middle income countries like the Philippines. But we only have 164 surgical oncologists and 142 gynecologic oncologists. However, this is not counting the general surgeons, head and neck surgeons, colorectal, and other surgeons who perform cancer surgery that are also in the Philippines. A study in Japan benchmarked that 0.38 radiation oncologists per 100 cancer patients is ideal, very far from our 0.09 per 100,000. In the US, a study asserts that 30 hospice and palliative care physicians per 100,000 elders is a reasonable target, comparing that to our only 35 for the whole country. Geographic disparities in health resources, particularly but in the workforce, are evident across the Philippine archipelago of more than 7,600 islands. This illustration shows the distribution of medical oncologists in blue, surgical oncologists in red, and radiation oncologists in green in our country. Many of these doctors serve multiple regions of the country. A lot of them shuttle to multiple hospitals, crossing regional boundaries in order to provide their services. If you can take a look, Manila, the capital, is at this very small point here in the circles. And as you can see, it is densely populated and with the highest number of cancer care providers in the country, including doctors and nurses and allied health workers. Some areas, especially in the provinces, have very low density of cancer care providers. The inequitable distribution may be explained by systems-based limitations, including the number of health facilities and available multidisciplinary teams, For surgeons, operating room complex intensive care facilities, equipment, and manpower are needed to provide comprehensive care for the patients that need cancer surgery. In the Philippines, there are only 50 radiotherapy facilities, and 19 of them are in Metro Manila, while only 31 are scattered across the provinces of the Philippines. Due to the limited number of government cancer centers, private institutions fill the gaps of cancer care needs, and this will entail a higher out-of-pocket cost for our patients. Hence, the centralization in urban centers of these cancer centers is expected due to the increasing cost of treatment. Safety is also a concern for cancer care providers. In recent years, Filipino doctors have been murdered, red-tagged, and become targets of politically motivated harassment, mostly occurring in the provinces. And this study suggests the need to incentivize medical practitioners to go to the rural provinces and the underserved areas, and to develop local health systems to attain a more equitable distribution of health workers. A major challenge in cancer treatment in the Philippines is the prohibitive cost. The high treatment costs spell a death sentence for many of our Filipino cancer patients, especially in the current setting of a high inflation rate with a 7% unemployment rate, 20% underemployment rate, plus given that more than 1/4 of the population is living below the poverty line, the probability of financial catastrophe with cancer treatment would be very high. There is a high out-of-pocket expenditure in the Philippine healthcare system. About 54% is paid directly out of the pocket of the Filipino patient. In this local study, 41% of cancer patients experienced financial catastrophe, which is defined as out-of-pocket cost at 12 months equal or greater than 30% of the annual household income. The patients experience a decrease in income and dependence on pension and passive sources. They take up lower income occupations due to illness, disability, and the health insurance, if available, only provides minimal benefit, therefore fails to protect the patient from financial catastrophe. The study has observed that breast cancer patients have the highest financial catastrophe, while respiratory patients have the lowest, but they also have a higher death rate. Related to the costly cancer treatment in our country is the popularity of traditional, complementary, and alternative medicine, or TCAMs. Over 80% of cancer patients use TCAMs in Asian countries. There are no actual estimates in the Philippines, but I think it approaches this number. Being a nation with a strong agrarian profile, the mystical, supernatural, and natural entities are still embedded in modern-day Filipino beliefs, even with regard to health and cancer. The use of spiritual healers, herbal, and natural remedies, and even vitamins is popular due to cultural or religious reasons, and because of its increased accessibility and affordability compared to the modern biochemical models of cancer treatment. The divide of the biochemical model versus the TCAMs have led to many patients fearing physician judgment, focusing on the side effects and toxicity of modern medicine like vomiting and getting bald, and thus force them to adhere to TCAMs as the primary cancer treatment instead of its intended use for supportive or palliative care. Integrative oncology in the Philippines is a vision. However, it is currently unattainable for a majority. The recently passed National Integrated Cancer Control Act presents an opportunity to champion this comprehensive cancer care for all Filipinos. But this requires recognizing the potential of TCAMs to improve health service delivery. Recent events, such as the height of the COVID pandemic, has affected cancer care in our country. Deliberate delays due to fear of infection and unintentional delays due to lockdowns, patient and healthcare issues have caused an increase in the disease progression and early mortality of our cancer patients. Likewise, our cancer programs or other health projects were also affected. But with the improvement of the COVID situation, there is an observed slow return to the pre-pandemic cancer treatment numbers, and cancer programs have been revitalized. With all the challenges in Philippine cancer treatment, the government has focused on improving cancer care in our country. The President signed the Universal Health Care Bill into a law in 2019, but the implementation was also affected by COVID. The Universal Health Care Law aims to enable equitable access to standard and inexpensive health care to all Filipinos, and this automatically enrolls all of its citizens into the National Health Insurance Program, also known as the PhilHealth, and expansion of the Z benefit package to include other modalities of cancer treatment. It also aims to improve the comprehensive national network for cancer care and to strengthen the referral pathways of private and public institutions. Also in 2019, the President signed the National Integrated Cancer Control Act into law, or the NICA, to promote cancer control, improve survivorship, and mitigate the burden of cancer on families and patients. The main provisions of the NICA includes the development of a Philippine Cancer Center, which will support cancer research, facilitate training of healthcare professionals, and the maintenance of a cancer registry. We have a cancer registry currently, however, it is not updated. So this hopefully will strengthen our cancer registries. It also aims to develop Cancer Assistance Fund and the National Integrated Cancer Control Council that created a strategic plan for 2021 and 2030. NICA also states that PhilHealth, or the National Insurance Health System, will expand its benefit packages to include primary care screening, detection, diagnosis, treatment assistance, supportive care, survivorship follow-up care, rehabilitation, and end-of-life care for all types of cancers and all stages in both adults and children. The different cancer societies, advocacy, and support groups have been working together to inform the public, to provide support, and to boost cancer care in our country. Medical societies have been collaborating for the creation of the local clinical practice guidelines for cancer treatment, to standardize treatment across the country, and to aid in policymaking for support for comprehensive cancer care. The Philippine College of Surgeons have the local guidelines available on their website, as well as the other medical societies. The government hospital where I work actually spearheaded the creation of the guidelines for well-differentiated thyroid cancer in 2021. Other major projects have been the start of a multi-center, multidisciplinary tumor board to foster partnership with and cooperation among different cancer care experts. And we have the Philippine National Cancer Summit that has integrated the various cancer groups in order to bridge gaps in cancer care through communication, complementation, and collaboration. Despite all the challenges, we remain hopeful for the future of cancer care in the Philippines. We have a lot to do to achieve our goals, but we will work hard for the Filipino people, and we remain proud and thankful for what we have achieved thus far. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat. Thank you so much for a very extensive review of your status. Now we will have a panel discussion Q&A moderated by Professor Min-Hee.
Yes, it's now time for Q&A session. Is there any questions or comments from audience? Yes, please.
Yes, I'm Yonsei. I'm a pediatric oncologist. I have put 5 very nice presentations, but I cannot hear anything about the pediatric cancer. So, as a pediatric oncologist, I worked at the IARC for the incidence of childhood cancer in 5 continents. It is this kind of data are produced every 10 years. And if we see the data from all over the world, I am one of the 5 editors, one editor from every continent. They get the data from all the continents. And if we compare the data in 5 continents, we can see in pediatric oncology, there are no difference in disease pattern. The 35% are acute leukemia, and brain tumor 15%, and lymphoma 10%. Every other solid tumors 2 or 3%. The distribution is nearly same in all over the countries. But if we see the disparity between 5 continents, we see the data are not equal in every continent. So in Latin America and Africa and Asian countries, they do not have registries in half of the countries. So that is the most important disparity in childhood cancer. And so we should make the decision precisely in 5 continents equally. And for that, it needs money, and it needs doctors. And all the things can come with the cooperation of the developed countries. So I worked as the chairman of the Dr. Lee Jong-uk Seoul project, which is educating the professors from Lao PDR in Korea for 1 year. And we have done that for 12 years. And so we educated 120 professors from Lao PDR. And among them, we have 10 professors from Children's Hospital in Laos. And among them, 3 are pediatric oncologists. And we are treating the pediatric cancer in Laos from 2014. We have treated about 400 patients by now. We educated the doctors, and then we gave the chemotherapeutic drugs to treat them. But it needs much money. So we cannot cover other countries other than Laos. So for the developed countries, in Asian countries like Japan, China, and other countries, some big countries, could help the other countries, country to country, yes, such as the China, from China to Cambodia or like that. It needs a cooperation between countries. So I suggest to make that kind of cooperation in this symposium. Thank you.
A very important point, we should educate each other and to overcome disparities between countries. Many Korean institutions have exchange program to educate doctors from other countries, including Middle East and Russia and Mongolia. So in Mongolia, Mongolian doctors have also exchange program with Korea. So Dr. Jireg, then can you mention your experience for exchange program between Mongolia and Korea?
Thank you for an important question. Yes, indeed. Korea has become the main educational resource for Mongolian doctors. I think since 2010, during almost 15 years period, many Mongolian doctors could visit Korea, and even Korean professors visited Mongolia for delivering lectures, not only lectures, also hands-on trainings and live surgeries. We have tremendous support from Korean side for Mongol healthcare. That's something unimaginable. Maybe every year, maybe hundreds of doctors visit Korea for attending medical conferences and educational programs. Okay. Yes.
Okay. In this session, actually, we are focusing on understanding the challenges of global disparity. So maybe intervention and collaboration issue need to be discussed in the second session. We have many good presentations ready for that. So I think Dr. Park is ready in online. I really enjoyed your talk because you are in the center of IARC and you have many data already. And you suggested very important parameters, HDI. Then my question is that if we apply HDI, for example, in United States, like obesity-related cancer, for example, fatty liver also goes to liver cancer, is increasing. So I think there will be some exceptions when you apply HDI for general and understanding for cancer prevalence. Could you make a comment about that?
Sure. Sorry, excuse me. It's very early in the morning in France, but it's great pleasure to meet with you all. And then thank you very much for your question. So, I mean, I just wanted to briefly comment, if you don't mind, about the previous the professor who actually gave important comments about the registry data. So, as part of WHO, we are actively engaged in improving cancer registries, and then that's where all the global can data are coming from. Sorry, excuse me. So we also have like a global initiative of cancer registry development and so on. So we are continuing, our efforts basically to improve the cancer registries worldwide. And the disparities, much of the disparities, of course, come from the lack of data, and that it highlights really the importance of the development in those regions. And to answer your question, Dr. Seong, and I think it's the HDI is like a broad marker of inequalities in a sense that it is like from the UN Development Program, and then it has actually it is based on the following measures, like the firstly access to the education, secondly a long and healthy life, and then thirdly about like a decent standard of living based on the income level. So US is actually really classified as a high HDI countries, and then that means those. So basically, you also see Korea and Japan, all those the high income countries actually are assigned to the high HDI. So what I wanted to highlight from my talk is that the real increase from doubling the number of new cancer cases and then also the death actually are occurring in the low resource settings, and where all the countries are undergoing this a lot of transitions. And then, but high income countries, they have already really high burden of gastric cancers. But then what my presentation actually highlighted is the cancer is becoming the major problems, especially in low HDI countries. And then that is what I wanted to highlight. So those, the high HDI countries, it's not that they do not have high burden of cancers. They do have high burden of cancers. And then of course, it depends on the cancer sites. And then there are type of cancers where more affluent countries are likely to have. And then their cancer patterns are different based on their resource settings, but still their level of cancer burden is much higher than low resource setting. But then what we really need to pay attention and then to take an urgent action is that we put more resources and efforts to prevent the cancer burden from those emerging countries, because we foresee dramatic increases from those regions. And then that's what I wanted to highlight. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you so much. I think then for your the answer, maybe Dr. Burch will have something to comment, because you showed very interesting data on California with the mixed populations and ethnic groups. Dr. Burch, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, thank you for the honor of being able to present today. I very much enjoyed everybody's discussions and talks. It was very illuminating to me as usual. Dr. Park's comments around high HDI countries, I think is very accurate. There's many benefits to being in a high HDI country. However, it's interesting because when you look at averages, they are just averages. And I think there are certain cohorts within even the American population which live, for instance, California, 40% of the population of California lives at or below the poverty level established by the United States. And that's an important figure because of the fact that when we look at the decrease in cancer mortality enjoyed by the United States over the last decade, really we're looking at averages. I think when you look at specific populations of patients within certain states, you start noticing significant disparities in terms of both access to care, access to preventative medicine, access to screening, and once diagnosed with the cancer, access to high quality care. And a good example is, we live in California, and California is considered the breadbasket of the United States, where a large percentage of agriculture that feeds this country exists here. However, if you look at some of the rural suburbs and some of our cities, we have food deserts in the United States where patients are not able to find high quality foods. I live in the middle of Los Angeles, and 80 miles to the northeast of my city, there is a food desert where patients have a difficult time finding high quality foods. And so I do think that once diagnosed and if people are plugged into the system, the ability to care for them is very, very high. However, that's for care. For prevention, as Dr. Park mentioned, sometimes we spend a lot of time worrying about screening and care, et cetera, when prevention is really where it should be at. And I think that it's important to look, when you look at HDI countries, to look at the sort of not just the average, but sort of really using these registries, understand the treatment patterns that occur outside of the average. I think countries like Scandinavia that have a very universal distribution of healthcare and resources are a little bit different than the United States in that matter. But I do believe that high HDI countries have a significant benefit and thus responsibility to all of their citizens to distribute the care, and that's not always the case in every place you go. So, but I really enjoyed very much the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, please.
I'm Ed Kim, visiting professor from UCI. I enjoy certainly all your presentations. We have acknowledged that kind of disparity in cancer incidence or survival. You all seems to blame certain poor income and some poor education. But to me, those are maybe relatively minor factors. Major factor seems to be aging. Since Korea is now quite advanced and living well, and then but we still have quite a high incidence of all GI cancers, and so aging and maybe genetic instability due to stress seem to play more important disparity rather than money or education. I'd like to have your comment.
Thank you so much for your comments. And especially, I think treatment outcomes and incidence are very different between countries in the area of gastric cancer. So in the highest instance, the prevalent area, screening program is working, but in a low prevalent area, screening is not that effective. So in terms of disparity in gastric cancer incidence and treatment outcomes, what kind of measures are needed do you think? So, Dr. Kim, could you comment on that?
Thank you for your good comment, and I agree with your comment. So, Dr. Park presented previous. Yes, so East Asia is a high prevalent area, but Japan and China and Korea have a good survival rate compared with other area of low incidence, low prevalence area. So that I think that the major factor is that I think national cancer screening program. So I think that we have to detect the early cancer as possible as we can. So that I think that the early detection program is good to improve survivors regardless of cancer.
Thank you so much for your comments. And then in the Philippines, gastric cancer incidence is very low. What's the secret?
Actually, we're not sure if it really is low because we don't do the screening as in higher incidence countries, but the gastric cancer that we see are mostly advanced, just like in other low middle income countries. I actually don't know why it's not that high because H. pylori incidence is a little high in the Philippines, but it's getting lower with the treatment and the knowledge and health-seeking behavior of the Filipinos are increasing nowadays. I want to address the comment a while ago regarding low income and low education. As in our country, most of the treatment is out of pocket, so most of the patients are not able to afford the treatment. So the survival and the treatments are not being given to the patients. So another thing is low education will equate to seeking traditional alternative medicine, as I mentioned a while ago. They go to faith healers, and they instead of seeking the cancer centers or the doctors for their treatment, they would just do herbal remedies as a form of primary treatment instead of its supportive use. So I think education and poverty is a big factor, especially in our country, with regards to survival and the outcomes of cancer treatment.
Thank you. Last question to Dr. Jiregaran. How to express them. So I was surprised to see the progress of your country cancer program. So is there any problem for the common people access to cancer treatment facility?
Question. Thank you very much for your question. I was thinking while you were talking your question, I was thinking about the disparity, cause of cancer treatment disparity in Mongolia, not caused by healthcare system itself. I think I mentioned in my presentation about the budget for healthcare, still very low, but the delivery of care is still very good. But but it is detrimental for well-being of medical staff because the salary level, it hasn't been changed for years. Very low, but I think in Western developed countries, maybe the salary funds represents about 60–70% of healthcare budget. But in Mongolia, average is 25%. Although the funding is very low, then even worse. That's why I think we are in lack of good, experienced, and large number of medical specialists who deliver cancer. This is the issue. Even I mentioned about nursing staff shortage.
Thank
That's
you.
an issue. Otherwise, I think the number of hospitals, the system-wise, it's very well.
Okay, thank you. So in this session, we discussed disparity, understanding of the disparity in global health issue in cancer. So I think audience had a full understanding about what we presented and discussed in this session. So I thank all the speakers in this session and all the attendees in this session. So I think we are ready to close this first session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will 10 minutes break. So the next session 2 will start at 5 p.m. So we will take a group photo. So could you please come to the podium? Session 2 begins. Session 2 will be chaired by Professor Han Kwang-yang from Seoul National University and Professor Jiyeon Lee, Seong University.
Welcome back to National Academy of Medicine of Korea, KFCR, and the Korean Cancer Association joint meeting. This afternoon, in the first session, we heard about each country's real reality and also how to overcome in those countries' internal disparity. But now session 2 is more like action plan for this kind of disparity. We have a very precious world-renowned experts in this field for the intervention. And this session will be chaired with Professor Lee from Samsung Medical Center. She's medical oncology, and she will introduce first the 2 speakers, and I will introduce the rest of them.
I'm very honored to be part of this great symposium. I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is a surgeon at University of Nebraska Medical Center, USA. He's also the director or chairman of the Global Forum of Cancer Surgeons. Dr. Chandrakant R. will be joining us online. Please. Yeah.
Good morning, afternoon, evening. I'd like to thank Dr. Park for this privilege and this opportunity. So the title of my talk is Role of Cancer Surgery in Surgeons in Addressing the Global Cancer Burden and Inequities in Care. So for the purpose of that talk, I'm going to use the Lancet Oncology Commission on Global Cancer Surgery, which was just launched on November 2nd, 2023. So the title would be the Lancet Oncology Commission on Global Cancer Surgery, Intent and Content. The objectives will be talking about the global cancer burden, the role of surgery, the intent of the second Lancet Oncology Commission on Global Cancer Surgery, and the content within that commission. Now, if you look at the global cancer burden, in 2020, there were 19.3 million new cases, which is expected to increase to about 30 million by 2040. Similarly, there were 9.9 million deaths from cancer-related causes in 2020, which is expected to increase to about 16 million by 2040. Now, when you think about cancer care, it's always been a team-based care, a multidisciplinary format, of which the surgeon or surgery plays a very key role. The reason being, surgery or surgical intervention plays a role in all 6 phases of cancer care, starting from screening, going all the way to prevention, reconstruction, palliation, and rehabilitation, that nearly 80% of patients with solid tumors will require surgical intervention at some time, with some needing it more than once. Now, there are several papers that have quantified the need for cancer surgical procedures. This is from the first Lancet Oncology Commission that noted that there will be an increase in demand by 40% of cancer surgical procedures between 2015 to 30. A more updated estimate is it will increase by 52% from 2018 to 2040. Now, if you go by the site, you can see that from the left side, some cancers require surgical intervention in 1/3 of the patients, to some requiring in about 4/5 of the patients. So this is how important cancer surgery is if you go by individual organ site. But more importantly, it's not only what is needed now and what's the projected increase based on site. If you look at this busy slide on the right-hand side, so for example, for melanoma, the increase will be by about 35% over the next 20 years. Look at esophagus, it's 65%. Look at stomach, 65%. Pancreas is about 65%. So we know that surgery is important, but does everyone have access to cancer surgery? The first Lancet Oncology Commission noted that less than 25% will have access to safe, timely and affordable cancer surgery, which would lead to a cumulative GDP loss of 6.2 trillion by 2030. Now, to improve access to cancer surgery outcomes, the first Lancet Oncology Commission on Global Cancer Surgery was published in 2015. Now, since then, many things have improved. Surgery is no longer an afterthought, but still many things need to be improved. There's still gross disparities and inequities in access to cancer care, and surgery still tends to be marginalized in many aspects of cancer care. Now, there may be many reasons for that, but one of them is whenever we think of improving cancer care, we look for the next technological breakthrough, next magic bullet, or something of that sort. We tend to have this moonshot thinking. Instead, maybe we need groundshot thinking. What that means is instead of looking for the next major radical revolutionary breakthrough, why don't we look at what we already have now, which is quite good, and see if we can apply that better. So, for example, if you take oncoplastic surgery, this is very essential. Not only does it have good oncologic outcomes, but it includes the cosmetic elements of breast cancer surgery, which is very important for women. But that should be offered only where it's available. Instead, for the rest of the world, many patients can't even get a good breast biopsy. While we want to focus on advancing science, by promoting oncoplastic surgery, we may need to spend more time just putting in efforts to see how everyone can get a good breast biopsy. So with that in mind, we thought we need to come up with a second Lancet Oncology Commission that focuses on pragmatic solutions by looking at what we already have and improvising them to improve cancer surgery outcomes worldwide. So that was the intent of the second Lancet Oncology Commission on Global Surgery, essentially a compendium of practical and pragmatic solutions that would work as a roadmap to improve access to cancer surgery. When it comes to the content, I won't go through every part of this slide, but phase 1 was where we assessed the impact of first Lancet Oncology Commission, and phase 2 was what changed because of that. And in phase 3, we gathered leaders from across the world, and we identified 9 solutions that would improve access to cancer surgery. And in phase 4, we tailored them to the 6 WHO regions, and based on that, in phase 5, we came out with an 8-point action plan to act as a roadmap to increase access to cancer surgery. So these are the 9 crucial domains, or 9 solutional domains, and we picked these not because this is everything, but we thought these domains could lead to the most improvement in cancer surgery outcomes. And they go from emphasizing the role of surgery to ensuring the basic requirements, incorporation of technology, scaling up the cancer surgery workforce, and so on. So in each of them, if you look at it, emphasizing the role of surgery and surgeons, it talks about how we need to mark the importance of surgery across the entire cancer care continuum through economic prioritization, involvement in public health, political prioritization, and driving research and quality. Then the other one is cancer surgical research tends to be the stepchild in cancer research. This one identifies the barriers such as individual, institutional, systematic barriers, and so on, and proposes some solutions. Now, once we had these 9 solutions, then we reached out to another set of leaders to come up with solutions that are specific to their particular WHO region. For example, the Southeast Asian region, it was about equal emphasis on regionalization and decentralization and performance benchmarking. Now, once we did that, then we came up with this 8-point action plan that goes from 1, making cancer surgery affordable, available, accessible, to promoting research, education, workforce, well-being, and the last one we added is how to make sure there are no interruptions in cancer surgical care due to global catastrophic events such as the pandemic. So, as we know, most of the good ideas die during implementation, so to implement the pragmatic solutions in this second Lancet Oncology Commission, we use the principles of implementation science, or what is called CFIR, Consolidated Framework of Implementation Research, which was originally published by Dan Schroeder in 2019 and updated in 2022. The purpose of this framework is to help implement solutions in the field of healthcare better so that it increases the chances of success. And it has 5 elements. What is the intervention, the process, the individuals, inner setting and an outer setting? And we added 2 other elements to that, that is time that it takes to implement them and barriers. Now, the strength of this commission is that it was developed by including leaders from across the world, including Dr. Park. The solutions are simple, but no one said they're easy, but they tend to be pragmatic, and we develop them in a modular format so that people can pick and choose what they want to implement rather than having to implement the entire package of solutions. The intent is meant to be aspirational, not mandatory, but the hope is that sometime in the future they will all be attained. But the most important thing is this can be contextualized to each of the individual regions of the world. So to conclude, cancer surgery is one of the most effective tools in cancer care. Access to effective cancer surgery should not be a privilege for a few, but instead a societal necessity for all. The solutions to address this grave humanitarian imbalance need not always be astronomical in thought or cost. This commission, the second Lancet Oncology Commission on Global Cancer Surgery, hopes to address this inequity through simple, pragmatic, and reality-grounded solutions that can relate to every part of the world. So again, I want to thank Dr. Park for this gracious invitation. I want to thank you all for attending and look forward to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful lecture. I think we're going to have Q&A session afterwards, so we would like to move on to the next presentation. We would like to invite Dr. David Lomanto, who is a professor of surgery at National University of Singapore.
Have a good day. It gives me a great honor to be invited to the Seoul International Cancer Symposium, and I need to thank my good friend, Professor Young, for the privilege to share with all of you my experience in cross-boundary teaching. I hope you have a great meeting, and I want to share my presentation with all of you. So the title is quite challenging, but it reflects our experience the last 15 years about surgical education all over Asia. As you know, post-residency education, it means when you want to learn something specialistic, it's mostly demand to the surgical society. Even though the university, hospital, they play roles, but mostly surgical society give input because they run a lot of workshop events and conference. As you know, in Asia, we have the Endolaparoscopic Society of Asia, the ELSA, that is a leading society in advancing excellence in endolaparoscopic surgery. And the mission of a division of the society also to promote through education and research and advocacy the development of MIS in Asia. So when you look at the society is, yes, it's a membership group of people, it's a camaraderie, but it's also is a norm part of knowledge. We have a lot of experts within the membership. We have a regional presence. We are almost all the countries are represented. They do a lot of editorial activity, but they have a privilege of create sometimes guideline, endorse course, society, workshop, educational curriculum. And they also, under the ELSA, we also have training centers that are satellite and recognized by ELSA as providing excellence in teaching. And the big network all over Asia. So when I became president of the society in 2011, I was looking at this picture and I say, why the society is no more active? Why we don't promote more MIS all around Asia? And we look at the expert that we have in ELSA, and there is enormous potential for them to share the knowledge with the underprivileged or non-privileged countries. So we started to think about how to enhance our educational program. So we started with a small plan to have a few training program in Myanmar, and we call this trainer program. It was a program dedicated to the surgeon, to nurture them, to teach them, but also to create within the country a leadership that was able to bring forward the program, the educational program, both in the residency program and the non-residency program. Then this program also evolved, and today, of course, I involved more than 14 countries all over Asia, and with different challenges that I'm going to share with all of you, because it was an enormous experience. So the idea was brilliant, but then we need to look at the feasibility, and feasibility bring with him what? Money, budget, because to do this, you require funding. You need to have partnership. You need to have support from the company. You need to get support from local society, from local industry, distributor. So there's a lot of constraint. And of course, we need to understand also the reality, because as you know, in Asia, every country is different. We need to look at the healthcare system, how they produce education, how the access to the hospital by the people through a public system, to an insurance system, because we are going to promote something, they need to be last and long, and also the surgeon need to have the capability to perform that kind of surgery. You know, it's a very high tech. So we know that also identify somebody who locally can lead the program, discuss the different solutions, to find a synergy also with the government policy. And of course, it's not a one-man show. We need to have a ELSA in the total with all the team to sustain this program. So planning, started, sustain was also one of the main program. The action was also important because we face a lot of challenges from create visa, passport, hotel, logistic, transport, and so on. So we start small. I still remember the picture in the center when I met with a few people from a professor from Myanmar. Myanmar at the time was just out of the civil war, so it was very open, and the government was to improve the surgery and the education. So we start and we share our idea. Let's start simple. We start with the basic course, basic skill, suturing, PEG, and slowly we advance as the local people can do. And the same concept we also do in many other countries, in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, in Cambodia, Laos, and so on. So we provide the resources. We need to identify the academic center that were able to lead this program together with the local leader. Of course, we also do monitoring because we invest money, we invest resources, and also we need to have a kind of KPI, right? So we need to understand that all the time we go there, we check what is the status, what are the procedures, what are the challenges they face to continue to support them. Of course, was a continuous enhancement in terms of learning, and we also provide when we reach certain level after a few years, also training program overseas, networking with the international faculty, attending the conference, also promoting them to have roles in leading. So we want to also train future leaders. So that's what was the third step, to identify and to support how to support the program. This is a great people that help us, from Professor Min-Hee from Myanmar, from Lemdara, Cambodia, from Ladakh, Yoon from Vietnam. So I think maybe some of you have met these people from different plane of country. And after that, we have a lot of logistic and plan before we start the program. We also need to provide with the training tools, like a training box, like suture pad, like a suture, like everything is needed there because we want these people to continue to learn and to continue to learn after we left. This we provide also software in terms of what kind of exercise they can do, the template of the program. So at the beginning was a few man show, but today we have more than 90, or I think probably reach almost 100 experts from ELSA. We have a very strong relation with the JSE Society, also with the Korean Laparoscopic Society. They support us with the expert. And then when we have a call for some expertise, they always provide us with the expert. And so you can see all the country are represented from expert, and the number of trainee and the faculty grows by the years. The task force is enormous. I have the pleasure to co-chair this program with Al Bonafé from Philippines, but we have a lot of leaders like Anil Sharma that help us, Sim Shabir from Singapore, and we have many other people that take the lead in this program for the last 12 years. People who attend very often, like Dr. Cherry Proud, Dr. Sudep, Patul, they volunteer in almost all. And of course, the logistics was quite heavy. You imagine that we need to, from Singapore, we need to organize a trip to Ladakh. We have people, faculty coming from different parts of the Asia, from Japan, Korea, the Philippines. So require for visa, transport, logistic, equipment, because most of the time we go and we don't have an adequate camera system or high-thermal energy. So the hospital, they are very early stage, but we want to promote them. So we went through a road that very less traveled. We punctured tire. We traveled for 6, 7, 8 years. We traveled at 4,000 meters. We did, I think, laparoscopic surgery at 4,000 meters in Ladakh. It was a great experience. My saturation was 86. When I was doing surgery, I was breathless. But it was an amazing experience because we see them continue to do surgery when we go after 6 months or 1 year. So we met army that stopped the road at the border with the India and Pakistan. We met nice monk that drive us through the mountain of the Ladakh and Tibet. We travel through dangerous road, or through the road made by man, like in Myanmar, with a family building the road. So you can see from this photo, we visit one of the coldest places in the world, where the temperature goes down to -65 in winter time. But we saw beautiful landscape, like this is in Bagan or like in Rajampat. Again, thousands of temples in the center of Myanmar over the balloon. And in Nepal, we have a chance also to do some trekking on the Annapurna camp, and we see the beautiful 8,000 meters of Dhaulagiri. Nice school, another teaching, and we saw this novice Buddhist in the northern part of Myanmar. And all this beautiful photograph was also a chance to publish in our book, the Asia Through a Scope. Beautiful book. If you are any interested, you can email me. We have still few copies. What is the result after the experience after 11 years? From one single country, we have today 14 countries. Next year, we will have probably another 1 or 2 to add. Every year, we add more. We expand to Central Asia after COVID with Uzbekistan, with Azerbaijan. So you can see most of the developing countries in Asia are reached by the program. And we have trained more than 6,500 participants. We have counted today 101 workshops. We mentioned how much effort these people, the mentor, the mentee, the participant, the logistics we have done before. In terms of quality of course, we ran from basic course to digestive to focused course like colorectal, upper GI. We also work for gynecology, with gynecology and urology, while in some of the country, the faculty is small, so we can combine the basic education of laparoscopic surgery for all of them. And also we do training in flexible endoscopy. And sometimes they ask us for medical writing. We have a very good expert like Anil and Anil Sharma. They run course on how to write paper because we also want them to audit their own cases. We do, most of the time, we do lecture, hands-on and live surgery. We always perform live surgery with all the challenges we found, because sometimes we need to really be a general surgeon because you can find the most difficult and different case. Difficult to find maybe a T1 gastric cancer or T1 colorectal cancer because advanced or many others. Sometimes lap consistency was a perforated ulcer, so because even the diagnosis can be challenging. We have distributed a lot of travel grants because we want to also bring the top people of each country to attend the ELSA Congress and to mingle with all the experts. In collaboration with JSS, we have started the mini fellowship of 2 to 4 weeks, thanks to JSS. And we have brought a fellow from Sri Lanka, from India, Cambodia to Japan to visit the hospital in different specialties for 2 to 4 weeks. And we have now we start to have also strategic meeting every year at the annual conference of ELSA, except for the year of the COVID. What we do also, this is, for example, an impact of our training, how the number of cases were increased from 2011 in, for example, in New Yangon General Hospital, only 50 cases. In 2018, we were able to do more than 400 cases per year. Same in Yangon General Hospital, same in Mandalay, was probably one of the advanced. We were able to also to start liver resection and gastrectomy, laparoscopic gastrectomy. So this is how we also monitor every time we go to see if that our time and our effort is valued. So we support the local people. This is some of the picture from the training, the picture of live surgery, doing the round before and after surgery. And you can see what is the situation in the hospital. We are talking about developing country where the patient sometimes don't have food. The parents need to bring, the relatives need to bring food, they need to bring blanket, and so on. But we were able to improve the situation in many places. Of course, COVID disrupted also our plan situation, but we were not demoralized, and we have a strong team within ELSA of digital transformation, and we started a big project because we want to continue to provide the surgical education through difficult time, and we are still using it in a very wide way. We have developed our ELSA app. Today we have more than 2,600 downloads. We have very strong presence in Facebook and YouTube because we used to share our training course, and of course Twitter and LinkedIn today. During COVID, we have started our educational webinar. We have done more than 38 big weekly, 1 or 2 months, and we also start to have some hybrid teaching. We do lecture and they do local hands-on because we provide the training tool so they can do hands-on, and we online we mentor, we proctor and mentor them. All the webinar on our ELSA YouTube channel, and we organize also webinar together with the JSS, with the Korean Society of Laparoscopic Surgery, with the EIS. We have done, as I say, some hybrid format educational program. Our YouTube channel, you can visit and subscribe. We have more than 1,600 subscribers. We have more than 120 video presentations in 24 playlists by topic. So we have more than 40,000 reach since we start. And same, our Facebook is a very strong activity. And most importantly, we monitor our statistics. We see the majority of our followers are people between 25 and 45. So the people who want to learn more. And our rich analytics show the improvement along the year. And of course, during COVID also, we have developed our online learning platform in which all the participants, and today we are still continuing to use for basic course, they can listen the lecture, they can follow the lecture in suturing and basic skill and energy. We have more than 20 modules and can get a real certification. This is a very important process for ELSA because we can also reduce our time overseas because they can do the online lecture and then we can just go for hands-on and do some live surgery on site. So the program has evolved. So we always discuss what will be next. Our next will be, based on our experience, to decentralize and support the local team with the organized training activity. We want to, we have already started to adopt new teaching technology, like we always use VR today for video masterclass. We have done in Philippines, in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh. We have our own set and we have our online streaming for watching video on using VR technology. Of course, we have a mentoring program today with Zoom and all the technology is very easy to log in and follow them on the live surgery and drive them. And also we want to expand to other countries. So we are going to Bhutan in April upon their request, and we are discussing to start our program also in Central Asia. From Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan, we want to expand to Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Turkey is one of the candidates also to have us. And our expansion will also involve teaching surgical endoscopy. That's why in Istanbul, during the last ELSA Congress, we have started our EOFLET task force, the ELSA Outreach Flexible Endoscopy Task Force. And the aim is to promote and develop surgical endoscopy in Asia. We have already done several courses in Sri Lanka, in Philippines, in Bangladesh. Will be under the leadership of Ray Sarmiento from Philippines, and we have a lot of participants from other countries, from Hong Kong, from Bangladesh, from Singapore, and others. So anybody is welcome to promote if he's keen to teach. And also, we want to start another idea that was suspended in 2022. We have there is a great passion of provide the healthcare in a remote area that in Surabaya in Indonesia, and he made with a donation 2 Felicibot of 32 meters that have 2 operating theaters. Mostly it's dedicated for cataract and other surgery, and in remote island where the people, they have no access to hospital. There is a recovery ward of 6 beds, and we have set up also our MIS, a flexible endoscopy facility, and one of the boats will be dedicated for supply and logistic, and we also will be an organization for pre-trip screening by the locals. Our first trip will be in April 2024 off the water of central Nusa Tenggara, so probably Deer Valley or Lombok or Komodo, and we are going to reach remote area to serve more people in terms of endoscopy or thyroid or other simple surgery that can be done in this surgery. This is our activity, so I'm very happy to share with you. And our motto, or our ELSA, this was a picture taken at 4,000 meters in Ladakh, was always to see enjoying smiling face among our doctor and also among the patient of developing country. Thank you very much for the attention. I'm very happy to be with you today.
Thank you very much, David. I I want you to stay because after 3 more speakers, we want to have a discussion. Thank you, wonderful lectures. And now next lecture, it is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Ki Park. Ki Park, he's neurosurgeon, and he retired in early age, and then he spent 10 years for teaching neurosurgery in Nepal, Ethiopia, North Korea, and Cambodia. And then he returned back to Harvard Chan School for public health degree. After he got the degree, he joined a postgraduate faculty of Harvard, global surgery. And today he's going to give a talk on policy advocacy of global cancer equality in Harvard Medical School. Dr. Ki Park, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ki Park. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the program in Global Surgery and Social Change at Harvard Medical School. It's an honor for me to join your symposium. I wish I could be there in person. I love visiting Seoul, perhaps next time. Let me first start by saying thank you to Professor Yang for including me in this really excellent program around global cancer care and the disparities. It's been a pleasure to work with the organizing team. Professor Yang asked me to speak about policy and advocacy and the kind of work that we're doing at Harvard Medical School in addressing unmet surgical needs as it relates to cancer care. I took the liberty of changing the title of my talk to Policy and Advocacy for Global Cancer Equity from Equality. And I took the liberty also of adding a slide to really illustrate the difference between the two words, because for a long time, I also had some confusion about what that meant, but there are some important differences. This picture is excellent because it shows very clearly what that is. On the left is a picture of equality at work, which you see 3 people of varying heights. They're trying to enjoy the baseball game. The tall person is able to see the game. The middle person is able to see the game. The third person is still unable to see the game, despite the fact that they were all given the same stools, the boxes to stand on. This is equality. Everybody's given the same thing. No one gets more than the other. But this is an input. The outcomes are different. On the right, it addresses the actual outcomes by providing more boxes to the person who's the shortest. And really, the tall person doesn't need additional box. And equity encompasses this idea of providing the need where it's the most to achieve the outcome, equal outcomes at the end, so everybody can enjoy the baseball game. And this is really what we were after, I believe, in global cancer care. Global cancer equity has to do with making sure everyone who has cancer is able to receive the treatments that they need wherever they may live. So a person living in a low-income country may need a lot more, for instance, than a person living in a high-income country. And that's the principle, I think, of equity that we're all after. So why are we talking about surgical care and cancer? Because they're linked in ways that you all know. So the Disease Control Priorities, the 3rd edition published by the World Bank in 2015, the 3rd volume is on cancer. And it starts off with saying surgery is a fundamental modality for curative and palliative treatment of most cancers in countries across all income settings. We absolutely have to have surgical care to make diagnosis, treatment, and also palliation of some of these cases. The problem is that surgery is not available in most places. And this was really well illustrated by the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery, which was also published in 2015. As a side note, this was the Lancet Commission's report is what changed my career from working overseas, and I was working in Cambodia at a government hospital teaching neurosurgery, to come back to US, do a master's in public health and study global surgery, because I felt that the work that we needed to do was more than technical surgical care training. It really had to be addressed at a health systems level, public health approach. And that's what I do full-time now, global public health practice, specifically addressing the unmet surgical needs around the world. But the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery made some key important points. One of them said, of the 313 million procedures undertaken worldwide each year, only 6% occur in the poorest countries, where a third of the world's population lives. Herein lies the disparity, right? We at high-income countries like US and Korea, we can get surgical care whenever, wherever we need it. The problem is, in over a third of the world's population, surgical care is inaccessible to majority of the population. And the question is then, how do we manage cancer care in those countries? So what we do at the Program in Global Surgery and Social Change, we don't go to countries and provide clinical care, service work, as we say, but we actually work at the level of policy. And so we have three strategic pillars. We have a large team of researchers, fellows, faculty, and students that generate evidence, such as the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery. It had its roots at the Program in Global Surgery. So the research is a very important part of informing the policies, right? So I direct the policy and advocacy work, and we'll get into a little bit about what that looks like. But we must use research to change policies that will affect health systems globally. And then we also provide guidance on capacity building. And we do that through some strategic priorities. First thing is that our vision is universal access to surgical care. Our vision is really simple. No one should be denied surgical care based on where they live and who they are. They all deserve it. So we try to achieve health equity through universal access to safe, timely, and affordable surgical care. We also have a fellowship program to train future leaders in global surgery. And then we work with partners. Our DNA is all about partners, and these partnerships are equitable, and we do it in the spirit of solidarity. Our website is pgssc.org. You are welcome to visit the site for more information. So one of the key activities of the Program in Global Surgery and Social Change is to help countries develop strategic plans to scale up their health system, specifically their surgical systems. And this is not as simple as providing vaccines or even drugs, antiretrovirals for HIV management. As we all know here, the surgical care delivery is a complex system that goes from pre-hospital care to hospital care, even rehabilitation. But even within a hospital, you need an ecosystem to support delivery of surgical care. So we helped design a manual called National Surgical Obstetrics and Anesthesia Planning Manual. And it's been published by a UN Institute of Training and Research. And you can download it in the link below. The good news is that the map on the right side shows the countries that are filled with blue. These are countries that are at some stages of developing their national surgical planning process. As you can see, this is not just one or two countries. We're, I think, at 44 countries at last count. And we do this through a series of workshops, meetings in conjunction with the WHO. We meet and we bring together ministries of health folks, and this was in Dubai actually, and give multi-day workshops on how to develop the national surgical plans, things like how to do a gap analysis, stakeholder engagement, and co-developing priorities, costing, and budgeting for the national surgical plans. We've also gone to engaging with regional groups. So this happened to be a bi-regional symposium working towards a strategic planning process for the Western Pacific Regional Office of WHO and the Southeast Asia Regional Office. And then we've also now engaged with the Latin American countries, and then Africa was one of the first continents to engage in this process. So these are some of the documents that have resulted in the countries developing these plans. These are now national policy documents. And once it becomes adopted, the country's health ministry, the finance ministry, theoretically have the obligation to implement it. But this is a complex issue, but at least this is a starting point, a blueprint for what the country should be doing. Countries like Ethiopia, Tanzania, Zambia, Rwanda, Nigeria, they have all developed these excellent gap analyses followed by these plans that are budgeted, that are costed, not budgeted, that are costed. Most recently, I'm happy to report that I was in Quito, Ecuador, and the Ecuadorian Ministry of Public Health, along with support from the Harvard Program in Global Surgery, completed their process of gap analysis, stakeholder engagement, and drafting of their first national surgical plan in history. And this was just 2 weeks ago in Ecuador. I would like to add that the gentleman, second from the left with the gray suit, is the Vice President of Ecuador, Vice President Alfredo Borrero. And it just so happens that he is a surgeon who became a Vice President of Ecuador, and he's the one that initiated this process. And you can see that it's a natural for if a surgeon who becomes a politician to see surgical care improve in their country as one of their priorities. And we've seen this happen over and over again. So why are these countries developing all these national plans? What's the motivation? Well, the WHO assembles all the member states, 194 countries, to meet at World Health Assembly in May of every year in Geneva. South Korea's delegation is there every year. I see them there. And these countries come together and then set their own priorities, and these directs WHO's work program of work. In 2015, there was a resolution submitted by Zambia calling for strengthening emergency and essential surgical care and anesthesia as a component of universal health coverage. This passed by consensus. So in essence, this is a unanimous vote. And once this becomes once this passes, there are things that member states are supposed to follow through with, which includes developing policies to improve the surgical care. There are also recommendations for WHO to support these member states. So policy is incredibly important. There was recently another resolution that was passed in May of 2023, calling for strengthening of emergency, critical care, and operative care, which is surgical care, to support universal health coverage and pandemic preparedness. So these kinds of policy documents at the global level are very important. It primes the health ministries in these countries to invest more resources and plan and implement these plans. Now, surgical care at the global health and global governance level was relatively neglected 10 years ago. But since 2015, with the resolution that came out, the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery and the Disease Control Priorities, the third edition, first volume dedicated to all on essential surgery, really jump-started a global surgery movement. And this is good news for all of us who are surgeons, who are interested in surgical disparities, because it now draws attention to this unmet need, and resources, interest, research, all those things follow. This slide I put in there because just last year, this was a tweet from Nur Hisham Abdullah, who was the Director General of Health, really the number 2 person at the Ministry of Health in Malaysia. He's also a surgeon by training, and he has millions of followers on Twitter. And he tweeted an analysis of the World Health Assembly Twitter, all the tweets that went through that time. And of the top 10 influential Twitter handles, more than 6 out of 10 were surgery related. So there's Dominique Vervoet, number 4, Surgical Foundation. Atuga Wande is a surgeon by training. Myself is included here. Harvard Program in Global Surgery, where I work, and the G4 Alliance, which is the advocacy organization where many of the groups come together to advocate in a single voice. So surgery is no longer a neglected area of global health. It really is something that has come on stage recently, and its importance is growing every year. And there are many publicly facing events that are held during the World Health Assembly. This happened to be 2 years ago. The program in global surgery was a partner in this event, strengthening health systems through upscaling surgical care. And this is really well attended. People are starting to take notice that surgical care is important to address and of its own, but it's also important for management of other conditions as well. I will only mention G4 Alliance as a advocacy organization. As I mentioned, it's doing an amazing job, brings together many of the organizations, and then represents us at the UN, at the WHO, so on. Now, just a little bit aside on advocacy, I'm a U.S. citizen, and USAID is the U.S. government's overseas development assistance in health, in global health. It does other things, but Atuga Wande is the actual person that leads the global health efforts for USAID. Atuga Wande is a surgeon, but as a U.S. government agency, the U.S. government's budget is controlled by U.S. Congress, and we're able to advocate with U.S. Congress through really a grassroots effort at all the states, all the Congress representatives from all the states, and convince them to include language within the U.S. budget that sends money to USAID, so that the USAID administrator shall support efforts to strengthen surgical health capacity. So this is now part of U.S. law, so that USAID will have more direction towards supporting surgical care. It also says USAID administrator shall assist ministries of health to develop and implement national surgical obstetric trauma and anesthesia plan. We're thrilled that this is in there, and we're hoping that there'll be further activities from at least from the USAID side. Now, surgical care is an intervention, is a cross-cutting intervention. It's a service. What we really would need to do is link ourselves, surgical care, with conditions. In this case, this is a cancer symposium. It just so happens that WHO has a WHO cancer elimination, cervical cancer elimination initiative. This has been agreed upon by all the member states. And once there's a campaign like this that is spearheaded by WHO, all the countries are sort of on alert, and they are asked to sort of support it and also report back every couple of years on progress on implementing these disease control campaigns. The Cervical Cancer Elimination Initiative includes, of course, vaccines, right? So high-income countries, almost everyone is now vaccinated. Cervical cancer is going away, but it is one of the highest, it causes one of the highest rates of women deaths in countries where vaccination hasn't taken hold yet. So vaccination should be part of it, early screening for sure, but women who are not diagnosed, they should be treated. And we all know that in addition to radiation therapy, surgical care is essential. So their target is 90% of women with invasive cancer should be managed properly. And surgery is a solution to implementing this plan. So it's important for people within global surgery community to link up and work closely with these disease control campaigns. And this is not just cervical cancer. Women's health in general is now a hot topic within governments and also multilateral organizations and WHO. So it's important to have show the linkages between surgical system strengthening and women's health. So cervical cancer is one example. There's also breast cancer. There's also emergency obstetrics. The number one reason for maternal deaths during delivery, childbirth, is not having emergency obstetrics available or blood available at that time. By providing surgical care through a strengthened surgical system, you can eliminate and reduce a lot of these maternal deaths. And then, of course, there's sexual reproductive death. Lia Tadesse is the Minister of Health of Ethiopia, and there's nothing better than having a woman Minister of Health talking about women's health issues. But once again, the point is to try to make that linkage between surgical care, strengthening, and diseases, in this case, a more of a thematic area, women's health. So how do we do this? So I know this is a conference that's being held at Seoul National University. So I'm talking to surgeons, generally speaking, but maybe even the non-surgeons, about typically clinicians. And surgeons, we should always strive to be master surgeons. Professor Yang is one of those people. He's a brilliant surgeon. Now, we should also strive to be surgeons who are excellent scientists and innovators. Professor Yang is another person who's done incredible research, really changing the gastric cancer landscape and management. I would challenge now that there's never been a better time for surgeons to also enter into global public health and try to address the disparities in cancer care through, in this case, surgical system strengthening. And we should also strive to be excelling, not just do it, but excelling as guardians of health equity, global public health. And I would just end by saying that we should think about how we approach our partners in these countries that are less resourceful than we are. They're less resourced rather than resourceful, lower income countries. I started my work through mission work, overseas training, and going there to try to teach others. And the organizations that I work with had this mind of charity, which I think is wonderful. We should always be charitable. The problem with the charitable model is that sometimes it can perpetuate sort of a power dynamic between those who have knowledge and resources and those who are on the receiving end. And it tends to have the relationship is typically not flat. It has some power differentials. And I would encourage whoever's working in this space, whether it's through missions or through health systems approach, to approach partnerships in a spirit of solidarity, equal partnership, with preserving dignity of all people, partners that we're working with. That's one of the biggest lessons that I learned as I've been doing this for quite some time. And that, to me, is nothing better than achieving outcomes through solidarity. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish you best of the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Dr. Key Park, for your wonderful and lecture, as well as I appreciate your dedication to this global surgery. Before we move to Dr. Hani Chong, I just, Key Park, are you there? Dr. Park?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, thank you. The simple one question, because here we have not only surgeon, but medical oncologist. My co-chair, Professor Lee, is a medical oncologist. And the U.S. aid, because always funding is important for this global activity. And but according to your slide, U.S. aid is supporting surgical some activities, not medical. And so how about some equality in medical oncology or radiation oncology, because that might have a different intrinsic limitations. How about medical oncology? Certain chemotherapeutic agents are not available some area, and any quick comment on that issue?
Yeah, I can make a quick comment. I should clarify that one paragraph is one of hundreds of paragraphs that directs the USAID administrator. The actual budget is like a phone book thick. So I don't know about the other aspects of USAID budget. I'm happy to research it and come back to you on the medical oncology aspects.
Okay, so please stay with us, and let's move to next speaker. Actually, the next speaker was recommended by Dr. Ki Park. The next speaker is Honey Chung. She has all the training, every residency, fellowship at Barnes Jewish Hospital, Wash U in St. Louis, and then she got a position in Johns Hopkins, and now she's a vice director of global surgery at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Her background is also a colorectal surgeon, and now we want to hear from Dr. Honey Chung about global cancer equality in Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Chung, please.
Hello, good morning. Oh, I guess it's afternoon. My name is Honey Chung. I'm a practicing colorectal surgeon who dabbles in global surgery when I can. And so I thank you so much for the opportunity to present at this prestigious symposium. I'm really honored to be here among such great names in the field. I'm excited to share a little bit about the Johns Hopkins experience in establishing a Center for Global Surgery. I will preface this to say that when you hear the name Johns Hopkins, global surgery is not the first thing that pops into your head. And it's because we're a fairly young center in terms of being organized. Hopkins has a lot of very accomplished individuals with a lot of academic and research success in global surgery, but when it comes to organizing into a team, it takes intentionality, effort, and time, of course. Now, I realize who my audience is, and this is a symposium on disparities in cancer treatment, so I will try to keep bringing things back up to some relevance, but I do trust that I'm speaking to a room full of folks who are well-versed in global health disparities, and I don't have to convince you of the need for a global health program at academic institutions like Hopkins. Well, as we all know, 2015 was a milestone year for global health. The Lancet Commission's Global Surgery 2030 goals were put forth, and in conjunction with this, the Lancet Oncology Commission called for prioritizing the delivery of safe, affordable, and timely cancer surgery worldwide. I am building on the work that Dr. Ari from Nebraska has already presented on by now, so I thank him and the others on the Lancet Commission for their work. But essentially, to summarize the scope of the problem, the projected need by the year 2030 was that 45 million operations would be needed for cancer treatment. But in middle-income countries, only 22% of the population would have access to such care. And in low-income countries, that number was projected to be less than 5%. And the economic burden was estimated to be $12 trillion in gross GDP. And on a more microeconomic level, something that struck me personally was that 31% of patients would face financial catastrophe as a result of pursuing surgical treatments for their cancer. Now, based on the Lancet Oncology Commission, I broke down the approach to global surgical cancer disparities into these 5 areas. Being able to do a proper needs assessment, understanding the finances or the economics of surgical cancer care, prioritizing building surgical systems, emphasizing research funding, and being sensitive to the politics surrounding global surgical cancer care. And so to introduce you to our initiative, the surgeons, trainees, and students at Hopkins organized ourselves just as a global surgery initiative about 4 years ago. We just transitioned to being recognized as a Center for Global Surgery, but the website hasn't caught up with us yet. Our vision is simple and likely keeping in line with most global health programs out there. It's to improve health equity by increasing access to safe, timely, and affordable surgical, obstetric, and anesthesia care worldwide.
And our mission to accomplish this vision is to provide the network, opportunities, and the support requisite for those who share our vision and are working to advance it. And we seek to tackle this mission through 6 pillars that we identified as essential: partnership, education, advocacy, research, leadership, and service. I tried to map our specific pillars to the areas raised by the Lancet Oncology Commission to try to get a sense of where our focus was. And as to be expected, the field of global surgery overlaps so much, especially in the areas of partnership, education, and advocacy, that it's really tough to separate out discrete objectives or goals. To trace back to how we got our first start, in 2019, we essentially began as a casual journal club. That year, we happened to have a lot of general surgery residents interested in global surgery, and a couple of faculty members who had some experience and interest decided to start meeting once a month to review global surgery-related articles and having discussions and trading stories about our experiences in global health. Then, as we gained numbers and momentum, in 2021, we organized ourselves into a unit and hired interested student leaders to be coordinators for our group. We had our first retreat where we discussed our vision, realistic barriers, and possible funding sources. And since then, we've had a retreat twice a year to review how well we are aligning with our goals. These are notes from that very first meeting. Our goals were pretty modest. Keep doing journal clubs, invite more people, start and maintain a website, maybe plan a symposium and do some research with partner sites. We really were just a group of people interested in global surgery with our hands in different things, trying to organize ourselves. And as we considered our role in the larger picture of the Hopkins community, we decided to get a sense of what the landscape was at our own institution. So we surveyed the general surgery, surgical subspecialty, and anesthesia departments to feel out what people's engagement with the field of global surgery actually was. We asked questions about levels of interest and awareness, prior involvement, what people thought was an ideal amount of time dedicated to global surgery, what barriers did people perceive, and details about their prior projects, if anything. We had a total of 267 respondents, and they're listed here by level of training. About half were faculty, and the rest were trainees of varying levels of experience. And here they're broken down by specialty. On the interest level questions, only about a quarter of respondents said that they were not interested in the subject at all. In terms of awareness of global surgery resources available at Hopkins, though, only 20% knew of them. We asked about their desire to spend professional time on global surgery, and of those who had never participated in a global surgery project in the past, about 70% said that they'd consider spending 10% of their professional time on global surgery. Of those who had previously participated in global surgery projects, over half said that they'd be willing to spend 20% or more of their professional time on global surgery. And then in terms of perceived barriers in participating in global surgery, of those who had never been involved in global surgery, the majority cited not knowing where to start as the reason. And then among those who had participated in global surgery, between no protected time and lack of funding, it was clear that they understood that there's really no money or support to do this kind of work, at least not in the US academic setting. Our next goal was to host a global surgery symposium, which we did in April of this year. We hosted speakers from overseas and nationally, as well as speakers from Hopkins, and had a day-long program with a specific emphasis on the importance of collaboration. We had over 100 participants in person and virtually, and are now planning our second symposium for next spring. So just to introduce you to some of our key players in our center currently, who all embody different skill sets and interests along our 6 pillars here, but all have the common goal of establishing a presence of global surgery as an academic entity within the Hopkins community. Ken Stevens is a dear friend and mentor. He's the one who sort of got me into being involved in the global surgery scene at Hopkins. He is the chief of the Trauma and Acute Care Division and appropriately has a strong interest and a wealth of experience in establishing trauma systems in resource-poor settings. He's published numerous papers on his experiences in the global health field, as well as his 2 prior careers before he became a surgeon. Dan is a pediatric surgeon and started his global surgery career during training when he went on numerous short-term mission trips. And that's when he realized that that model of service is not sustainable. So he's the one who gathered his trainees and started this journal club, which has now grown into the Center for Global Health. He just received an institutional grant to study best practices in pediatric tumor boards in South America. Michelle is our medical student coordinator and is about the most accomplished young woman I've ever met. She is continuing as her coordinator role while applying to neurosurgery residency spots this year. During her medical school training, she completed an MPH and an internship at the Global Surgery Foundation and headed up our project to submit an educational module to be loaded into the GSF learning database. Ian just joined as the co-coordinator. He doesn't even live in the country. He's Canadian and helps coordinate all our activities remotely while he's pursuing his MPH. Zach is a rising chief resident in our general surgery program. He has a personal love for Tanzania and has done a lot of work there, most recently at a refugee camp, both providing clinical care and conducting research on referral patterns, which he then submitted for NIH funding and was awarded. Adam is double boarded in anesthesia, critical care, and emergency medicine. He has strong interests in quality improvement research, and especially in low resource settings. Chow is close to finishing her residency training in plastic surgery. She has also done a lot of work looking at surgical systems and published on her experiences. Paul is a first-year medical student who runs his own nonprofit organization in Vietnam and has been working on starting a medical student elective by partnering with the American International Hospital in Ho Chi Minh City. He's partnering with the surgeons there to start looking at colorectal cancer instances and outcomes, and hopefully doing some cancer registry work. He's also the lead of the Global Surgery Student Association at the Hopkins campus. And last and certainly least, I have an interest in global health disparities as it relates to colorectal cancer, and am looking to partner with surgeons in Vietnam to take a look at the burden of disease in that country. I do have a specific interest in identifying the risk factors for early onset rectal cancer in my practice setting, and it will be fascinating to see the correlation between the trends in cancer instances in low and middle income countries, along with other epidemiological and industrial advancements that they're experiencing. My hope is that my involvement with this group will help to sort of guide the efforts on tackling some of these global cancer disparities, whereas in the past, the surgeons involved have been more focused on trauma, pediatrics, and critical care. So I'm looking forward to contributing in that way. What you will have noticed is that all of us are clinically busy surgeons and trainees. And while some of us have additional degrees in public health, not all do. And we aren't able to commit anywhere near a significant amount of our professional time to the field of global surgery. That is unfortunately the reality of a U.S. academic center that prioritizes clinical and academic output that generate revenue. It's not a model that's conducive to promoting forward momentum in this area. But the team of us together have, in the few short years, managed to move this group forward. The other thing you may have noticed is that of the pillars that we endorse, no one person has the capacity to pursue all of them. Especially in this academic model that we have at Hopkins, the success of our center will depend heavily on the steady stream of trainees who are interested in global surgery, who will continue to commit their time and their intellect to doing administrative work, while the faculty members must give of our personal time and energy and focus on the areas that we are most excited or trained in. So to recap for you our accomplishments to date under each pillar, we have ongoing partnerships with the GSF, the University of Cape Town, where we will be working with Dr. Maswime's team to publish their curriculum into a textbook on global surgery. We work closely with Girma Tefera at the American College of Surgeons to participate in clinical rotations at Hawassa, Ethiopia. And we have ongoing relationships with COSEXA and UGHE. Under education, we continue to do the things that started this whole thing off, monthly journal clubs, which have now grown in size and geographic catchment over the past couple years. We try to invite speakers from low, middle, and high-income countries to lead the discussions. And through our partnership with GSF, we've generated an educational module on policy. And our newest big project that we're excited about is partnering with the Hopkins School of Public Health to create a curriculum on global surgery. Our recent upgrading to a center will hopefully gain us more leverage on the advocacy scene. We do have surgeons in our department who are heavily involved in advocacy that we sometimes do partner with. And we also have financial support for students to apply for a small grant to help in their global surgery research, many of which are advocacy related. And our research throughput has been steady over the years as motivated trainees publish their experiences and help to establish registries at partner institutions. Under leadership, to be honest, we strive to keep going in all our efforts with the hopes that we'll be able to collaborate with international and national partners to give trainees and young faculty opportunities for developing leadership and also to teach leadership skills in a bidirectional manner that helps to build surgical systems. And of course, the way most of us got introduced to the field of global surgery is service. Each of us maintains some sort of hand in the training, education, and research at our partner sites overseas, and that will continue to fuel our other pillars of our initiative. So to close with this reflection, this was a page from our very first retreat as a group. And these were our 5-year goals, which, you know, we're coming up on 5 years as of next year. And these at the time felt like pie in the sky efforts. But this list includes much of what I've shared with you that we were in fact able to accomplish. Developing partnerships, working on a public health course. We needed funding, we got some. We wanted to become an internationally recognized entity, and here I am able to share with all of you our efforts. The next big challenge for us is that we'd like to at some point have a global surgery fellowship to gain further validity that global surgery is indeed a viable academic pursuit. So thank you so much for your attention and time, and I'd be happy to take any questions at the end.
Dr. Han Yong, wonderful, very impressive presentation and introduction of your activities. Yes, we will have a discussion after the last, but at least speaker from Seoul National. And we, through COVID, we have more actual acceleration of adoption of some telemedicine or concern about technologies. Now, Dr. Hyuk-tae Kwon is going to talk about technology and telemedicine bridging the gap. Dr. Kwon, he's Deputy Director of Department of Process Innovation at the Seoul National University Hospital. His background is family medicine. He has been in charge of has a screening program and many scientific activities too. Dr. Kwon, please.
Thank you, Professor Yang, and for the kind introduction. Today, I'll be discussing the role of technology and telemedicine in bridging the gap in the cancer care disparities. My name is Dr. Kwon, and I'm from the Department of Family Medicine, Seoul National Hospital. I would like to start my talk with the definition of cancer disparity. Cancer disparity, or even sometimes it's called cancer health disparities, are the difference in the cancer measures such as incidence, prevalence, mortality, survival, morbidity, and survivorship, and screening rates, even staging at the diagnosis. The cancer disparity has its roots in the racism, discrimination, and segregation, which leads to the structural inequities and societal injustice. And there are disparities in the social determinants of health, such as SAS and healthcare access, and a lot of risk factors, such as diet, tobacco use, and obesity. So let's take a look at some example of cancer disparities. According to the AACL Cancer Disparity Progress Report 2022, individuals that belong to different ancestry, race, or ethnicity, and individuals of low SES, and individuals who lack or have limited health insurance coverage, and the residents in some rural areas or some territories, and even members of sexual and gender minority communities, and even elderly and adolescent young adults are the most people experiencing cancer health disparities. Race is one of the most main causes of cancer disparity, although the difference are continuously narrowing. The black population, which is presented in the yellow bar, have a higher mortality of all-cause cancer mortality than the white people all of the recent years. And cancer disparity in races can be explained by implicit biases. Implicit bias, which is also called unconscious bias, typically refers to negative attitudes and beliefs that occurs outside of a person's conscious and awareness. And these implicit biases can result in a finding reported in JCO at 2006, which reported black patients were less likely than their white counterparts to receive a recommendation for surgery, even when the surgery was not contraindicated. And another factor is the residence. The urban counties have more than 20 times more oncologists per square mile than rural counties, whereas 10% of all U.S. oncologists practice only in 3 urban counties. Nationwide, 66% of rural counties have actually no practicing oncologists at all. For patients who must travel to urban centers for care, lack of transportation, and less overall mobility for older residents and individuals with disability, additional deterrent to early treatment and regular follow-up visits. Now let's talk about how technology can reduce these cancer disparities. I have mentioned that social determinants of health, such as SES status, income, education, and health literacy, also have been linked to inequities in access to care and healthcare outcomes. Technology can tackle these factors. I will briefly show how technology can be used to reduce these factors. Maybe you have heard about the digital therapeutics. According to the definition by Digital Therapeutics Alliance, it is defined as an evidence-based therapeutic intervention using high-quality software programs to prevent, manage, or treat a medical disorder or disease. It also uses a method rooted in the CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, to tools for patients to make lifestyle changes, which I have mentioned, can be a reason for cancer disparity. So this DTX uses mobile devices, applications, sensors, computers, and IoT devices. We can collect various data and capture behavioral patterns and send alert to the patients. It can be used as standalone or along with the conventional treatment. This slide shows the major DTX, digital therapeutics companies in US and all over the world. And many companies are targeting lifestyle diseases such as type 2 diabetes and also lifestyle factors like smoking cessations. But there are many forms of DTX. It can be a web-based intervention, or it can be a mobile application, wearable devices, or even it contains VR or AR segments, and also AI and machine learning. So the most common form of DTX is mobile application. You can support behavior change by more interactive and timely access to information and delivering assistance. The most mobile applications have features like food and exercise logging and body weight monitoring. And also can be used with the wearable devices, which, as you know, the wearable device is an electronic device designed to be worn on somebody's body. And it can detect and analyze and transmit a lot of information. So maybe incorporate into physical activity intervention for especially weight loss. So with the DTX, it has a lot of several strengths than conventional treatment. First of all, all the patients need is just a smartphone. You don't have to force your patient to come to your clinic, and also it can improve the adherence rate, and it also enhance cost effectiveness. And, but I want to emphasize this most real-time monitoring and in timely intervention and personalized approach. I will come back to this later. So if it's so popular, then we should look at the effect size of DTX for the weight loss. This is a meta-analysis of the DTX published in 2020. The authors included in total 20 articles in final, and the average weight loss with the DTX is only 1.78 kilograms, which is very small compared to currently available anti-obesity medications. As you know, there are so many new technologies coming. So for example, with the VR technologies, patients can confront a food challenge and can be trained virtually to overcome unhealthy eating. And I want to introduce the concept of JITAI. As you can see, JITAI is the abbreviation of just-in-time adaptive interventions. So now we can gather so many data through smartphone and wearables, and with the help of machine learning, we can image this kind of situation. Let's say your chief or boss, like Professor Yang, asked you to come to his office and told you off for the paper you are preparing. Maybe you are very stressed, and then you will have craving for something sweet like a donut. So you will go to the canteen. With your permission, of course, DTX can track your position, and then know you have been to Professor Yang's office, and the smartwatch will detect your heart rate is rising because of the stress. And when you are going to canteen to grab something sweet like this donut, the DTX can give you JITAI as an alert message. Hey, it seems you are very stressed. So why don't you go out and get some fresh air instead of having donuts? So how about that? Maybe, of course, some people can feel annoyed by this JITAI, and throw away their smartphone. But modest JITAI will certainly help people change their behaviors.
Meet the unique.
I will skip this slide. And then even there is some smart band which claims to monitor the food intake automatically, not the food logging or taking pictures. They just claim to estimate the calorie and quantity of the carbohydrates, protein, and fats using the impedance analysis. And if this is true, all the obesity specialists should use this wristband. So I also searched for an evidence, and actually there is a paper using this band. And the conclusion is that this band have tendency to overestimate for the lower calorie, and there are higher variability in the accuracy. So anyway, the technology can help to reduce disparity in risk factor like obesity and smoking. So now let's take a look at another example. This is a pragmatic quality improvement trial called ACCURE. You may remember the implicit bias I have mentioned before. This ACCURE is actually designed to reduce the implicit bias, and it contains the three key components of the intervention. The first is a health informatics-driven real-time warning system. This is derived from the patient EHR, and the dissemination of race and ethnic specific feedback to clinical teams on the treatment completion rate. And a nurse navigator who is trained in the anti-racism principles, and then who monitor the real-time warning system and inform the clinical care team of the treatment delay if there is any, and address the barrier for the care among the patients. So the effect of ACCURE was published in JCO in 2022. And the investigators compared the risk ratio of receiving surgery among early lung cancer patients from retrospective control and concurrent control and the intervention group. The intervention consists of the three components of ACCURE I have mentioned: a real-time warning system to identify unmet care milestones and the race-specific feedback on lung cancer treatment rates, and the patient navigation by a specialized nurse. As you can see, the ACCURE intervention increased the likelihood of surgery within 56 days, significantly across all the groups. The effect size was highest among the Black patients, as you can see here. So which means that when you apply the ACCURE program, the Black patients have more likelihood for the early surgery before the intervention. So also there is a technologies to reduce the screening difference. This study was designed to show simple text messaging and the shipment of at-home stool kits for the colorectal screening can increase screening rate for the colorectal cancer. The control group received only one SMS, only once, and the intervention group received repetitive SMS and the FI kit for the colorectal cancer screening. So as you can see, a nearly 10-fold increase in screening completion rate was observed among those who received a series of remind SMS than a single text who received only single SMS for the reminding that they were overdue for the colorectal screening. So next, I will briefly review the role of telemedicine in reducing cancer disparities. There are several types of telemedicine, such as teleconsultation, telediagnosis, teleinterpretation, telemonitoring, telesupervision, and maybe you are very, it's very common nowadays, a televisit. So the first thing I would like to mention is telemonitoring, telementoring, which means that with the use of audio, video, and other telecommunications and electronic information processing technologies to provide their individual guidance or direction. Telementoring can allow the primary care providers such as me to receive the specialized medical training necessary to provide the care locally on the ongoing mentorship of an interdisciplinary team or experts like Professor Yang. So the most popular program is called the ECHO program, which is the abbreviation for the Extension for Community Healthcare Outcome Model. It is called a hub and spoke model for the increasing workforce capacity across many fields, including a cancer continuum of care. The specialized medical care from their community-based practice, which is called the spokes, under the mentorship of the interdisciplinary team of specialists based at academic medical centers like SNUH, which is called the hubs. So with the 15 to 20 minutes presentation about the patients, and then a peer-to-peer group discussion of the case, which enables the participants to develop a generalizable knowledge over time. So a collaborative problem solving offers the opportunities for peer learning with the additional benefit of connecting isolated providers in rural areas with the professional community of practice. So with this ECHO model, it is very important because the local providers are well versed in their social conditions of their communities and can provide relevant and culturally competent care. Local providers are also generalists and have a whole patient insight into their history and social indicators of health in their patient. The specialists who see patients infrequently cannot. And local primary care providers often have long-standing relationships with their patients and their family, and then correlate with the patient visiting clinics for symptom checks, earlier detection of symptoms, and greater treatment adherence. This map shows the cancer echo hubs worldwide. Unfortunately, there is no hub in the Korean peninsula. So I think maybe Professor Yang can introduce this model to train the rural area doctors. And the potential benefits of the using telemedicine, televisit can be a tool for expanding access to care outside of the traditional clinical settings, and it can increase access to healthcare, and also it can improve healthcare outcomes and decrease infectious exposures like COVID-19. And it also can reduce costs or work-related adjustment, and then it can facilitate caregiver and family engagement. But it also has some drawbacks of televisit, especially telemedicine. Rapidly changing policy, and actually just 3 or 4 hours ago, the Korean government have announced a new guideline for the televisit program in Korea. Anyway, it is very rapidly changing, and the reimbursement is also very rapidly changing. And it has a costly initial implementation, like high-speed internet or a lot of things. And also there is some concern for the security of the personal health data. And sometimes it can widen the healthcare disparities. Some preliminary study suggests the rapid scale adoption of telehealth technologies without strategic plans in place to promote equity may exacerbate existing inequalities. So this, as you maybe heard about digital literacy, it is ability to use information and communication technology to find, evaluate, create, and communicate information. But it requires both cognitive and technical skills. So younger people and the better educated patients have greater level of digital literacy than older and other patients, and are more likely to be in position of tools needed to access these technologies. So individuals with a lower level of digital literacy tends to be older, and a disproportionate number of older residents in rural areas with lower quality of internet or fewer available doctors to provide care. So we have, SNUH have developed a televisit program with the very simple web program. So when we see the patient, we maybe arrange for the patient for the next time televisit, and then when you see the patient televisit, you just can right-click on the mouse, and then you can see the patient with the like a Zoom. All the patient need is a smartphone. So the patient will receive the SMS, and then when the patient pushes the SMS and the link, and the password would be the birthday of the patient, and after the input of the password, the patient can enter into this Zoom screen and can see the doctors. So, in conclusion, technology can reduce cancer disparity by reducing risk factor disparities like smoking and obesity, and also it can be by reducing provider bias, reducing screening differences, and increasing primary care physician capacity through telementoring. But the telemedicine may reduce cancer disparity, but have some drawbacks. So this is my...
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Kwon, could you sit down at the discussion site? And I'm sorry to American speakers in your area that it is 2-3 a.m., something like that, and I appreciate for your kind participation. And yes, again, through these all speakers, first, my mind is admiring your dedication, all this. And interesting part was Dr. Hani Chong. She showed the survey for the participant who had experience of participation. Their limitation was, yes, as we can imagine, other funding and also protected time. So that's, but anyway, for this kind of global surgery, yes, certainly we need funding and also dedicated person who have a passion too. So any floor, any comment, question, please? Yeah, Professor Seong, our radiation oncologist at the Severance Medical Center. Yes, 거기서 하셔도 됩니다.
My name is Jinsil Seong. I'm a radiation oncologist, and I'm very impressed by the surgeons who dedicated their talent for serving the lower middle income countries, global surgical benefits. So I once worked in an International Atomic Energy Agency, and I'm working for them as a consultant. And what I saw through their experiences that, well, we can do some surgical, help, or we can do some radiotherapy skill. But the most urgent need I felt was that they need some national cancer campaign, national cancer statistics. Without that, we cannot approach in the right way. So even though we pour our energy and time and budget a lot, then the result is very disappointing sometimes. So I think while you're serving through your, the system, I forgot the name. I think you've experienced a lot, and I think you got many feedbacks through your experience. Could you make a comment on that? So what will be the more efficient approach for helping them through your organization?
Do you have a question to a specific person?
Yes, you.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, I learned so much today. This is the first time I saw Hani's presentation. That was excellent. And David, I agree with your experience. The professional societies have an incredible role. And the idea of training, the trainer's model, that's across the board, very popular and sustainable. But then that in of itself is not enough, right? We need to go beyond just the training component. But to address your question about radiation therapy in cancer care, I'll tell you our experience. So the global surgery movement really was started by a bunch of surgeons. I call it the surgeon's lounge. And that was good that it was a small community, very passionate. But the problem is, the problem can't be solved by thinking like a surgeon or technical solutions. It's a public health problem. And so global surgery movement is really all about an intervention without a partner. And so now, almost 8-9 years after the Lancet Commission, we're pivoting and we want to enlarge our tent. And we want to work with people in medical oncology, radiation oncology, disease specialists, right? So work under disease tent. And then how do we work together to sort of provide the end-to-end solutions at the country level? So you will see much more collaboration across specialties, across disciplines, more focus on certain conditions, at least from our point of view. I don't know if that answers your question. Does that address your question?
Okay, thank you. And what about Dr. Honey Chung? Honey?
Yeah. I work very closely with radiation oncologists in the field of rectal cancer, so I completely understand your experience. And where I felt it most tangibly was when I visited Vietnam last year. We have a partnership with the American International Hospital there, and they had asked me to present on my rectal cancer work, which was surprising to me because I didn't even realize that Vietnam had such a growing number of rectal cancer incidents in the first place. But most of my talk was on the multidisciplinary approach to rectal cancer care. And without the infrastructure and the talent of radiation oncologists and the specialists available in the country, it was kind of like my talk was a moot. And so our approach will be to, as you suggested, doing, having a better understanding of the incidences, starting a cancer registry to try to convince the, on a policy level, working with the governments, NGOs, other partners and stakeholders in the country to figure out a way to, have the system fund itself and building up the health system with all of these very unique treatment modalities in mind, because these are standard of care in the Western world. Trimodality care for rectal cancer is just that's what everyone should be getting. Surgery is not even on the table for some of the patients that we treat, and so I think that's going to have to be the approach: is bringing along the health systems piece and convincing the overall population and the health system that there needs to be training of radiation oncologists. There needs to be investment in infrastructure to be able to deliver this type of care.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and for this kind of global surgery, we need a systematic approach and execution, and we definitely need a specialized personnel. So. Dr. Key Park in Harvard or Honey Chung at Johns Hopkins, educating next generation who knows the language or who has talent to find out the partners and all these dynamics. We need some leaders. In that aspect, Dr. Chandra Are, your belongs to Global Surgical Forum of SSO, if I understand correctly, and that kind of society is how you maintain this next generation, or in collaboration with those institute. Oh, Dr. R. is not here. Okay, because it's too late. And then Dr. Romanto, yes. You are really executing experts since 2012. So for your that long period practice as a global outreach program with as a representative of ELSA, which is a eustachian laparoscope surgery society, and the most important part would be funding. How did you handle that funding?
Okay, so we have different kind of funding. It's quite interesting. At the beginning, it was a bit challenging because we have no clue who to address and how to funding. So we have funding from donation, from foundation. We have funding from a company, a medical device company, and we all, other than funding, we also have support locally by distributor or by other things. So of course. The trainer program is different. We don't provide medical care, but we teach people skill to provide a better medical care. Otherwise, we cannot move forward. So that's how we do. We found the funding. At the beginning, it was quite difficult because to believe in a program that has no root is quite challenging. But today, I think we have a different solution. We also get support by sponsoring the trainer by society like the JSS Society, Japanese Surgical Endoscopy Society, and in the past also we are from CARES, now CARES. So we do have different help for our funding that they make us able to run between 14 to 16 educational events every year.
And I noticed that your participant as proctors, they are like some of seniors of ELSA members, so dedicated senior members, and for them exploring that very far away or not well convenient places, comfortable places, maybe nice landscape cannot be a reward enough. And what would be their motivation? Maybe you have a strong comradeship among ELSA members.
I believe that showing by example, of course, push people. Most of the people are they come on their own willingness. We don't force. All people are working in academia. People that are educated. People are there. They want to leave a legacy. They want to have spare. They want to spare some time. So the commitment is not that much because if we have a great pool of 90, 100 people, maybe they can only participate in one event a year or twice event a year, and can be sometimes an excuse to not only to teach but to travel and to see nice place. So it's a combination of factors that I think they push the people to join us. Of course, there's a group of people, as you know, myself, Alan, Anil, other people that we go there more often than other people, but it's because it's our passion for teaching and for training and as a reward for our life and for a legacy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And David, you showed about adoption of technology for like a webinar and
yes.
So. But how about Ki Park or Honey Chong, this kind of technologies in your execution of a global surgery? Some other examples, if you have some example to mention?
Yeah, absolutely. So these national surgical plans, they're blueprints, but they have to be implemented. And from the implementation point of view, it needs to be financed. And for digital technologies, things we think that can really help accelerate implementation, not only delivery of service, but at the same time, accelerating training. So far, we haven't implemented any of those on the ground, but we've been talking a lot about it at the country level. And I mean, I love this example that Dr. Kwan gave with cell phone. a nudge to get screened. I mean, that's data. It's evidence proven, right? So, and that's a low tech type of thing. It's not, it's not the. I think the Professor Arya was talking about the moonshot. I love his idea of ground shot. We know how to treat these conditions. We just have to fill the gaps that are currently present. But I think I'm really optimistic on the role of low tech innovations to accelerate surgical care strengthening.
Dr. John, any comments?
In my role as, role as an educator, in the American training system, we are adopting a lot of these apps and technological sort of approaches to giving and receiving feedback between attendings and trainees to help improve skill sets. And I know of groups that are looking into that sort of feedback platform in collaborating with partner sites, being able to do distance sort of feedback and being able to engage with learners without having to physically be there. So those are ways that I've seen it play out. The other sort of, it's not necessarily technology, but innovation, which I think is really important that Hopkins does a good job of doing, is partnering with the School of Engineering to come up with realistic technological sort of innovative ways of doing surgery in resource-poor settings without having to reinvent the wheel. Like, how do we take the concept of, for instance, using gasless laparoscopy in an area that doesn't have CO2 tanks? That sort of practical approach are ways I've seen it played out in our institution.
Thank you very much for joining us very late in your time zone. I think what all of you are doing is great, and we were super impressed. And just a comment as a medical oncologist, I think one of the ways to do this together is to get endorse each other and upload your. This is what we've done with medical oncologists with other societies. We endorse each other and upload and use each other's channels like Cosmo TV's Cancer.net, and publicize globally. Every physician's busy all over the world. So I think one of the ways to do this together is to endorse each other and use each channel. Anyway, thank you for joining. I think we are going to close this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Professor Han Kwang-yang, Director of Corporate Relations Committee of NAMOK, will give us the closing remark.
Yes, thank you very much for all the speakers and chairpersons for active participation. And through this today's symposium, we heard about the new horizon, our duties, and also this is not the end of a global surgery symposium here. National Academy of Medicine of Korea, Korean Foundation for Cancer Research, Korean Cancer Association. This is a joint symposium, and hopefully next year with the same topic, coming with a more different dialogue. And we are promising this, and I hope you all enjoyed this some wholly our responsibility. And again, thank you all your participation, and have a good evening. Thank you very much.